Alright, folks, this is it. What is up, guys? It is Subspace here, and we're back with more Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I'm gonna be finishing the main story of this game today. We've come quite a ways in Citadark Isle, and we're ready to purify our Shadow Pokemon. Well, I think a good chunk of them anyway. And then we're gonna head into the final battles ahead. I hope everyone's doing great as we begin. Let me do a quick mic check before we get too far. Good thing I checked my desktop audio before I fixed everything up, because I heard a slight echo, but I got that all taken care of. Let's start by purifying our Starmie. I did get Starmie and Chansey at the final log off stream, and got my team up quite a bit in levels. As you probably saw, I got my team to like level 46, 47. Because I think that'll be a good point to get the final battles going. We got Waterfall. Refresh. And Ice Beam. Whoa, 40,000 experience, that's a lot. Hopefully Starmie's going to catch up to the team in level, or be a little ahead. Well, 40,000 experience, Starmie's going to be well on ways with the team. $46. I think Starmie's pretty well caught up with the team. Now let me nickname our Starmie. Let me make sure I spelled this name right. Yeah, I spelled it correctly. I wanted to make sure I spelled the name of Poseidon correctly. Which I did. And now let's purify Chansey. And I have no idea how the status is of those at the purification chamber, but I can check those very quickly. After we're done with after we're done purifying Chansey. $22,000 experience points. Not as much as the Poseidon did, but it's still a good amount. Defense. That'll probably help with its physical bulk. Let me see what moves she has already. Defense curl, that definitely will help out with the physical attacks that she may take in, but it's just going to take a bit of setup to do so. I think I'll pass on defense curl. Well, Chansey's growing a lot of levels, and oh, hey, we actually maxed out the friendship before purifying her. Let's go. That was the one thing I was unsure of actually happening, but we maxed out her friendship before we purified her, so that's cool. We now got a powerful Blissey on our hands. That's the beauty of the luxury ball, my friends. I'll hold off on a nickname for now. I want to take a look at Poseidon and Blissey. The Lucky Punch is going to do nothing at this point. Not bad. Wow, 100 special attack and 119 speed. Does it outspeed? Oh, not even close! Speed's still the more powerful special attacker, but Starmie can definitely... Poseidon can still hit in other areas with Waterfall and Ice Beam. But let me give a sidekick to Poseidon real quick. Blissey can learn Psychic? I guess it makes sense for the special attacks. Let me get rid of Refresh. Alright, I'm gonna put Blissey back into PC. I don't think I'm gonna be needing her too much right now. Actually, let me check her stats. Yeah, that special defense is through the roof, and so is that health. Her stats have gone up a considerable amount. But that defense is still pretty dang poor. Oh, my purification chamber's empty? Of shadows, at least. Did I actually wound up purifying all those shadow Pokemon. Oh, okay. I wasn't paying attention, but that's fine. Now, having my money. Not bad. I'm pretty well equipped on money. Healing items. Let me check those before I run back to Citadark. Good on Ultra Balls, September Balls, and Net Balls. I could probably afford to buy some max potions and full restores. Yeah. No, I came into the store to buy cents. Not Poke Snacks. How many cents? 32. Actually, I'll hold off. I thought I had a lot more money than I did. I'll hold off on the money for... I'll hold off on spending for now. I know there's that list that Joseph sent me the other day when we were live, when I was live with this. So let me pull this up real quick. So I can at least remember all the shadow moves. What the moves turn into from the shadow moves. Yep, there we go. To get the port, so I can buy some last bit healing items, and then we'll get going to Citadark to finish off this game. Because I'm pretty good at my Ultra Balls and Timer Balls. If need be, I can go back before the final fight to restock. Because I'll have a pretty decent amount of money by then, too. With the few battles that are between now and then. I'll buy 6 full restores. Actually, I'm fine on 5 max potions. I have 15 hyper potions. I think I'm fine. I just need to buy a few full restores. Alright, let's begin the final gauntlet of battles. And I have my team for this first final fight set up. For what the man in blue is going to be starting with. Let's go. Actually, before I get too far, let me review my team and their moves. Everyone's 46, while Speed's 47. And since Mothra's in the front, I'll give her the amulet coin. Then I'm going to make this a little more nice and organized. Max Ether, I think it was? Yep. Oh, no, Max Elixir. Now the Max Ether I'll put up with the other Ethers. Now, who in my team is the slowest so I could get them a quick claw? 77, 105, 75. I'll give that to Apollo, so it has the chance of moving the fastest. I'll set a save sit right here. And then save my adventure in case something goes wrong. Alright, let's check our team before we get in these final fights. I'll have my team organized from soonest to latest. Alright, let's do this. Speed, level 47. Pretty good stats across the board. He's my super fast special attacker. I'm upset that I got rid of Bite looking back. I checked his hidden power, and it is a poison type hidden power. Not what I was hoping for, but I'll live. I definitely have a move I'm going to replace hidden power with a little later, upon when some of my other Pokemon get. But he has a poison type hidden power, Thunder, Thunder Wave, and Thunderbolt. He has Volt Absorb to heal when getting hit with electric type moves, so that'll be helpful when I switch out Starmie or Mothra with an electric type opponent out in play, so I could definitely get healing from that. Next up, we have Cinder the Houndoom with Early Bird, so she'll wake it up very quickly from being asleep. Definitely my aggressive attacker with very high physical and special attacks and pretty decent speed to boot. She has Faint Attack. I might need to get something over Charm. I just don't know what yet. Flamethrower and Bite. So she's my Dark and Fire type coverage. Next up, we have Apollo the Lunatone. I just gave it the Quick Claw, so Apollo has a chance of going first in combat. Has Levitate, so it could dodge the ground type moves. I ain't definitely going to be getting somebody with Earthquake a little later. Well, at least I'm hoping. 69 attack. Apollo is definitely... Apollo's the stone wall of the team, having the defenses to boot. And with Cosmic Power and its repertoire, it's definitely going to help out. And for now, Rain Dance, so it can help boost up Speed's capabilities of learning, of using Thunder in play. It's otherwise just the stone wall with Cosmic Power out there. And Psychic and Rock Tomb to help whittle down my enemies, even if in the tiny bits. Mothra the Butterfree. She's bashful, so she doesn't have anything super special. Not the fastest team member on the block, but she definitely is my support through Safeguard and Sleep Powder. Actually, you know, I need to get rid of Aerial Ace and teach it Giga Drain. Her Giga Drain. I should do that now. I knew I was forgetting something. Mothra, get rid of Aerial Ace, learn Giga Drain instead. Because I want to make use of that pretty nice special attack. And if it doesn't work out, I've done my save state before. Because, yep, that special attack is much higher than physical attack, so Giga Drain's going to be doing a little more damage. And I like it that way. With Psychic and Giga Drain, Mothra's going to be doing some nice work in her special attack. And lastly, the newest member of our team, Poseidon the Starmie. It is also very fast and very high in its special attack. Also got a nice defenses to boot with it. This thing is definitely going to be another all-out attacker of mine with Waterfall, Psychic, Ice Beam, and the side effects of Recover. So if it needs to heal, it could definitely do that. I'm looking forward to see how Poseidon's going to hold up on the team now that it no longer has Shadow moves on it. I mean, I have 3 Psychic users, so it's not the worst thing. So, not the best if I have Dark types on play, but I have ways to work around it. Alright, let's go. Meet the man in blue. It's been a while, boy. Do you remember me? Do you recall this? I helped you in Gatium Port. There's no need for thanks. I was merely punishing a fool that used to shadow Pokemon in public. Oh, when Zook showed up because Jofi was an idiot and ran into him. There's our de facto Jofi mention of the stream. Thanks a lot for that, by the way. At that time, we didn't want the world to know what we, Cipher, were planning. Back then, I thought you were just an ordinary child. Little did I suspect you would become Cipher's biggest and most damaging threat. That's enough talk. You have the skills and wherewithal to reach Citadark Isle. Let me see your abilities in full glory. At long last, we're fighting the man in blue, Ardos. He is probably one of the hardest battles in the main game. Starting off with Swellow and Alakazam, the very Alakazam that one-shot that Zangoose at the beginning of our adventure. Why is speed in the front? It should be... Hold up. It should be Mothra and speed up front. I cannot believe I forgot that. Did I already... Yep, there we go. I was an idiot and forgot that speed was in the front when I was doing my check. Let's try this again. I've already read the dialogue. I was an idiot and forgot to switch my team back. Oops! And I'm pretty good at my Pokeballs for these final fights. We already read the dialogue for Ardos before the battle. I realized who I had up front, so I was like, oops, let me fix that real quick. Let's skip this dialogue since we already read it. Now, let's finally get in the fight with Ardos. Probably one of the hardest fights in the main game. He's starting off with Swellow and Alakazam. The very Alakazam that defeated Zook at the beginning of our adventure. And he's starting off with the Shadow Pokemon, this Swellow. Swellow as a Pokemon is very fast and very physical. It's not the fastest thing in the world, like my Jolteon is still faster than this Swellow, but this Swellow is still very fast. This Swellow is also the first instance of not one, not two, but a full set of 4 Shadow moves right out of the get-go. This Swellow is not messing around. I also don't want to paralyze this thing because this thing, I want to say, has a fixed guts for its ability. So that'll make it even more of a threat. This Swellow is not messing around, and we're getting to some of the very hard-hitting shadows in the game. Since this Swellow has 4 shadow moves, the only thing you're going to get noteworthy out of its purification process is its nature, at, once again, the 2 meter mark. You're otherwise not going to relearn any of its moves until it's at the final lock and purified. So for this Swellow is the first of a few cases to have 4 shadow moves, being Shadow Break, Shadow Mist, Shadow Sky, and Shadow Half. This Swellow has a pretty scary moveset. Shadow Mist is scary when you put it in conjunction with some of the other Pokemon in Ardos' team right here, so I kind of want to deal with this Swellow before it gets to do much. Swellow starting off with Shadow Sky. It wants to put the weather into pain. Wow, this Alakazam is fast. And I got a question. Why are you using Thunder Punch on Houndoom when you easily could have gotten the advantage on Butterfree? I should probably talk about the Alakazam. The Alakazam has Psychic and the 3 Elemental Punches. Very scary for its high special attack, which we're not going to be able to see too much of because the Alakazam faded in 1 attack. He also has a Kingdra in his play. Thankfully not a Shadow, so we don't have to worry about having multiple Shadow Pokemon on the field. At least not just yet. Let's put the Swellow to sleep so she doesn't do too much. I mean, we're already going to be sitting through this long animation of the Shadow Sky. Kingdra is a Water Dragon type, so my Fire type moves are going to do next to nothing on it, well, my Flamethrower, so I'm going to be a little careful with this thing. I don't even remember what this Kingdra has as far as moves. I'm going to use Charm on Swellow so I can weaken her attack in case things go wrong with her. Oh gosh, this thing has Hydro Pump. Thankfully it missed. Nice job for putting both our enemies to sleep, Mothra. You done beautifully. And yeah, my Bartafree is the slowest one in the field right now, so we're not going to have too much to worry about just yet. I'm going to start whittling down the Swallow to put it in catching territory. And thankfully, I don't think too many of my moves are going to be doing too much to it. Okay, I stand corrected, as the Swallow takes about half its HP from one bite. Swallow, it's fast, but it doesn't have the highest bulk in the world. So this Swallow, since it's got a fixed guts, it could definitely do the job that I wanted that Raticate to do from the last stream. I'm going to start attacking this Kingdra, and while I'm at it, I'm going to start chipping Ultra Balls at Swallow. I think I got her weakened up and she's asleep. It should be fine to be snagged. And we got Swallow on the first try. Get in. Who's next? Heracross. Let's see how powerful your Giga Drain is. And there's that healing ability that I wanted to have on Mothra. While Morning Sun wasn't able to do it because I had Rain Dance in here. I think the Shadow Sky is probably going to go away on the next turn or the turn after. But I think we're going to gang up on this. Wow, that was sad. That Heracross, I couldn't see anything that Heracross was able to do. Ardos is next summoning Electabuzz. Here's our second Shadow Pokemon from Ardos. Electabuzz. I don't remember too much about Electabuzz, but I definitely know it's a very fast electric type. Shadow Break, Shadow Mist, Shadow Half, and Shadow Storm. Yeah, this Electabuzz is our fourth and final Shadow Pokemon to have the move Shadow Half. Oh, thankfully the Shadow Sky's gone now. Nice. I wasn't sure if it was going to go away this turn or the next turn, but Electabuzz, it's pretty fast, and it's a pretty nice special attacker. If you did not do that trade earlier with that Shadow Togepi earlier, this is where you would get that Elekid in its full evolved glory. Sure, it doesn't have the same moves as that Elekid does back then. It does come with some nice moves, including Cross Chop and Thunder Wave. You sadly do not have access to Shadow Half and Thunder Wave at the same time, so you're going to have to stick with one or the other for this Electabuzz. But Electabuzz, in general, very fast, very powerful. At least in special attacks, and I've never really used Electabuzz myself in the past, but I definitely know it is very helpful. Only weak to ground-type moves, so its downside is stuff like Earthquake, but it's pretty fast. It can get its job done. Alright, I know this thing's a special attacker, so I'll just hold off on that for now. And the Electabuzz is fast. And just like that, it was able to take out Cinder. You know, let's get Poseidon in the field. I want to see Poseidon in play. And time for you to go to sleep, Electabuzz. Time to join your friends in Dreamland. Say hi to Kirby for me, will ya? I'm gonna try Giga Drain on Electabuzz so I can heal Mothra a teensy bit. While with Poseidon, let's do Psychic on Kingdra. Almost knocked her out. And Kingdra's awake. Double Edge. Ooh, that did a bit. And she knocked herself out. What? Well, to be fair, she had a lot more health at the beginning of this turn. So Poseidon Leaka did enough for the Kingdra to knock herself out. Here we go! Here's the thing I was looking for. Ardos the Snorlax. And he has a third Shadow Pokemon. This Snorlax is something special. And Snorlax in general, if you've been living under a rock, you would know that, oh gosh, that crit scared me. For those of you that live under a rock, Snorlax is king. Snorlax has incredible stats across the board, including its health, attack, and I want to say both of its defenses. This Snorlax, well, not the Snorlax, but Snorlax in general are very, very powerful. Snorlax is very hard-hitting. It has got a lot of health, but it is very slow. Snorlax is very bulky and very powerful, and it can learn a nice variety of moves, including Shadow Ball, which is considered physical in this generation. So it'll definitely help out a lot with those ghost types. And it can also learn moves like Earthquake. But this Snorlax in particular... Oops, wrong tab. This Snorlax in particular has a really nice array of moves, including Fissure and Curse and Body Slam. So this Snorlax has a really good stuff set to go off with. If you could get a couple curses in there, you're going to be hitting very hard with the Snorlax. Once you purify it, Body Slam is a really good normal type move that can cause paralysis on your enemy, so Snorlax is very helpful. And the Snorlax is holding on to the leftovers, so it'll slowly heal its chip damage. So very nice and very cool. This Snorlax, though, this is the first of its kind. We probably brought this up a couple streams ago. This Snorlax is the first of its kind to know the move Shadow End. A very, very hard-hitting Shadow move. It is, I want to say, the most powerful non-special Shadow move. This Snorlax is gonna hit hard if it can get that Shadow End off. Whenever a Pokemon uses Shadow End and it lands a hit, it loses half of its current HP, so I don't think it'll be able to knock itself out. But Shadow End, if it hits Poseidon or Mothra, it's gonna die in one shot. When you look at that Snorlax's high physical attack rate, it is gonna hurt when it lands a Shadow End. We kinda don't want this thing sticking around. I want to see how powerful Ice Beam is on this thing, so I can judge what ability this Snorlax has. I think this Snorlax has Thick Fat if that Ice Beam did next to... How did this thing get frozen? I was not expecting to freeze this Snorlax! Wow! Okay, that is a voice crack and a half. I was not prepared to see Snorlax get frozen like that. I want to take advantage of this and throw the Ultra Ball. Snorlax, you are mine! One. Oh no. This Snorlax, well, it's frozen, so hopefully it doesn't deal too much problems. I'm gonna heal with Poseidon. Hey Alex, welcome to the stream, how you doing? Oh no, Electabuzz is awake. Hang in there, Mothra! And Snorlax is still frozen. You know, I should yeah, the leftovers is gonna heal away at the chip damage. I should probably start snagging at that Electabuzz. And then we'll have Poseidon chip away at the Snorlax. Hopefully it stays frozen. I was not expecting the Snorlax to get frozen. And we caught the Electabuzz. Get in. That puts Snorlax all by itself. Alright, Poseidon, waterfall this thing. And the Snorlax is still frozen solid. If it stays frozen, that's gonna be good news for me in trying to catch it. Let's try Psychic. Now that I have a good feeling this thing has Thick Fat, I know Ice Beam's gonna do very little damage. That did not do a lot of damage. Snorlax is still frozen, which is nice. Doing fine this fine weekend. That's really good to hear. Glad to hear you're doing really fine, Alex. I'm really glad to hear that. This is gonna be stupid, but I'm gonna try a regular Pokeball on the Snorlax. We'll do Waterfall on the Snorlax. Maybe get it in the yellow. With this thing frozen, I got really good odds at snacking this thing, but it's probably not gonna work. Knowing my luck. Oh, we were so close, too! And Snorlax defrosted? Is it doing Shadow End? It's got Shadow End and Shadow Shed. Thankfully, Shadow End missed. Alright, let's try this again, and I'm gonna try a mix of Ice Beam and Sleep Powder. So either the Snorlax is gonna fall asleep or get frozen. And sleep it is! Enjoy your nap, Snorlax. Ardos can be a pain if you are not very careful. Plus, he has 3 Shadow Pokemon, so that makes him a first in this adventure to have half a team of Shadow Pokemon, which is scary. Let's try the Pokeball again, and, Poseidon do Psychic on Snorlax. I was not expecting that Pokeball to almost snag the Snorlax, so I'm gonna try it again. The fact it got on the third shake twice with the weakest Pokeball is impressive. Oh, you're awake. Here comes Shadow End! I knew it was gonna hit. I knew that was gonna hurt when that showed up. Alright, Speed, you're in this one. I'll try Ice Speed one more time. Oh wow, Speed's fast. I mean, I knew you were fast, but I didn't expect you to outspeed my Starmie. I mean, I should have expected this. I literally went over my Pokemon stats. And just like that, one Shadow End was able to defeat Speed on its own. That tells you this Snorlax is powerful. If that thing one-hits Speed like that, this thing is something else. I really want to get this Snorlax. I'm gonna start spamming the Cosmic Powers in case Apollo winds up by himself. I need to withstand these Shadow Ends. One, 2, 3... We got Snorlax! Let's go! Turns out I didn't even need to start setting up the giant wall on Apollo. And with that, Ardos is down. This is trouble. If something's not done. Ooh, that was a tough fight. But we caught Swallow, Electabuzz, and Snorlax. And that was only the beginning of these final battles. I realize now that I should have crushed you much earlier. This is out of my hands now. I must defer you to Master Greevil himself. But boy, don't think that this is over. I won't abandon my dreams. I kind of wish we get to see more of Ardos over the game instead of just defeating Zook at the beginning and being one of the bodyguards to Master Greevil. If this Snorlax is something cool, I may have my final team member right here. Let me check his IVs and his ability. And then let's put Swallow in here as well. Oops, wrong button. Yep, I was right. Swallow has gusts. I told you Swallow was fast. Electabuzz is fast as well. Okay, good. I got the good ability on Snorlax. Snorlax's other ability is immunity, which would make it resist poison. Alright, so let's take a look at the Snorlax real quick. Oops, not SN. Snorlax, level 43. Unknown nature. HP is 201, 123 in attack, 72 in defense, 66 in special, 110 and 33. This is gonna be interesting. All I can see from Snorlax right now is its speed IVs being 26 or 27. So it's anyone's oh wait, that's a Snom. Oops. All right, let's try this again. Okay, no wonder I was like, this is gonna be interesting, but I saw something, I was completely wrong because I was looking at Snom and not Snorlax. Oops. All right, let me try this again. Snorlax IVs HP is 25 to 26. We don't know for its physical attack. It's probably on the high end since it's right now 123. Physical defense is 26 to 28. Special attack is 12 to 14. Special defense is 25 to 26, and speed is 6 to 7. We got a really good Snorlax on our hands here. Let me mark you with really good HP. I'll leave you alone in attack. Defenses are really good. So right now you get the heart and the shield to represent that very well. Now as for you two, let's put you in the purification chamber. For Electabuzz and Swallow. I think I may have my final team right here. With, I think this is looking like our final team, at least as of right now. Of Jolteon, Houndoom, Lunatone, Butterfree, Starmie, and Snorlax. I think this is our final team right here. But let's put Snorlax in the front, and actually I want to put Speed in the front for this next battle. So let me do a save point right here. Yep, oops, sorry, wrong thing. But hey, Joseph and Marcos Padilla, welcome. You missed the fight with Ardos, but I just went over Snorlax's IVs. It has Shadow End and Shadow Shed. I really love the Snorlax. It has Thick Fat, the ability I actually wanted. And we don't know its physical attack stat just yet. But it's got 3 really good IVs. Its only bad IVs are special attack and speed, which, honestly, I don't mind. So I'm like, yeah, I think the Snorlax is probably going to be my final party member. I think the Snorlax is going to be a fit final addition to my team. And let me say hello to you real quick, and thank you for your subscription, Marcos. We're about to begin our final gauntlet of battles. I should probably get some ascents for Snorlax, but for now, I'll go through with these bits here. Ho ho ho! Now this is quite a surprise. You managed to defeat Ardos. Hey, Greevil. I took your invitation head on. Of course, you also have beaten so many of my followers. Perhaps it is no surprise that you won. I must say that I haven't been this excited in a long time. I do have an appreciation for the strong, you see. However, I also cannot allow your interference. My Shadow Pokemon plan is nearing completion. So for the time being, I think I will have you securely out of the way right where you are now. I also think it is... I think it's hilarious. The instant Greevil made that smirk was what I got for requests. I'll check that in between streams. I'll do Community Day again next week. Due to Crossworlds gadgets, it's a Google Sheet. Yep, I did see that. Speaking of Crossworlds, I watched Summer Games Fest yesterday. We got our official reveals for the Ninja Turtles and Avatar coming to Crossworlds in July and October respectively. Although I think we're probably going to get another trailer for Sega soon to find out the next Sega-based characters. But also, that trailer showed us we're going to be getting a Season 2 of DLC for Crossworlds. And I think one of my other viewers jokingly predicted this, but the first wave of Season 2 is gonna be Godzilla. I don't think anyone would have expected Godzilla to come to Crossworlds. Even if right now it just looks like a stage hazard, but I'm like, Godzilla in a Sonic game? Hold the phone, I'm excited for this one. Godzilla in a Sonic game. Whoops, wrong emote. Godzilla in a Sonic game. I would have never saw this coming in. As a guy who likes Godzilla, sign me up, baby! But for now, because Greevil can no longer tolerate me fanboying about Godzilla, he sells a gigantic wall of glass. He's like, you know what, Subspace, I'm tired of you fanboying over Godzilla. Be gone! And this elevator can't open, so I guess all we can do is just, find another way inside the dome. Let's just leave. But not before we run into our old friend Gorigan from the Key Lair. Here's our rematch with Gorigan here. It's me again, kid. You know, it makes me kind of happy to see you since I've seen you so often. You know, I've kind of grown a liking for running into you as well, Gorigan, my good old buddy. But the way you keep beating me, my cred's taking a beating. So Master Greevil gave me this one last chance to redeem myself. But this is it. If I lose this one, there's no tomorrow. Here goes. I should have... Wait, did I do a save state here? Okay, perfect. No, I just realized. I'm sorry for the constant save state stuff. I'm sorry for the constant save states. It's time I teach Speed that move I wanted to give him. Get rid of Hidden Power and put on Protect instead. I found out what the Hidden Power type is. Not a fan of it personally. I'm sorry for doing this, guys. I just realized what I needed to do. I didn't want Speed dying to Gorgon's Earthquake strategy this quickly. But once I purify the Snorlax, I want to teach him Shadow Ball and Earthquake. And then give it Speed Protect would give me someone other than Mothra and Apollo to use Snorlax's Earthquake with. Alright, I already read this dialogue with Gorigan, so we can skip it. It's because I don't want to waste time doing a Thunderbolt on Slowking and have it wind up protecting itself. And then he dies to Earthquake. Alright, Speed and Snorlax, let's do this. Also, guys, if you have a good nickname for my Snorlax by the time I purify it, hopefully by the end of the stream, I am more than happy to take suggestions. I'm going to actually call Snorlax so I can make that Shadow End more accurate. Shadow End has a accuracy of 60, so it is very poor in its accuracy. Should have saved in case of Shadow Pokemon. That's what save states are for, my friend. And thankfully, Earthquake does not do much to Snorlax here. Is, Slowking gonna protect himself? Shadow End should be... Actually, let me actually show that, Shadow End has only accuracy of 60. Yup, it is a powerful move! A Shadowy Ram that also rebounds on the user, but that accuracy of 60 is what throws it off. That accuracy of 60 is what makes Shadow End not the most reliable move. Oh wow, I'm surprised you're not doing Protect with why do I keep calling it Slowbro with Slowking? And that hurt on Slowking, not Slowking, Snorlax. I'm getting my Pokemon names all mixed up now. That hurt on Snorlax. Whoa, critical hit. And like that, the Ursaring is gone. Like that, Ursaring is gone. And it seems like you've done some training yourself. Your Lairon is now an Aggron. Oh dear. Snorlax, hang on tight, my friend. I'll do Thunderbolt on the Slow King. And I'm gonna heal Snorlax since he is pretty low on his HP. Oh, good thing I read your Protect. There we go. Slow King is out. I got your name just right. In time for it to die, and you got Wall Rain too. I'm sure this guy's probably gonna do Protect with Wall Rain. So I'm gonna Protect with the Speed and Shadow and the Aggron. Yeah, Shadow and Aggron. Okay, I was wrong. I'd be careful with spamming Shadow End. That is definitely true about that, Joseph. But right now, that is Snorlax's only attacking move. And with Shadow End's pretty dang poor accuracy, that's gonna make it a little harder. I'm gonna try Thunderbolt on the Wall Rain and Shadow End on Wall Rain. Good thing I read that. That thing held on with like 1 HP! Wow! Wall Rain held on with like 1 HP. Wow! I cannot believe that Wall Rain held on with like 1 HP. And I essentially did my Shadow Head for like 1 HP. And next up we have Poliwrath, which is a Shadow Pokemon. Poliwrath, I believe, can be a good mixed attacker. I think it's more physical-oriented than it is special-oriented. I need to see, I'll keep the IV checker out in case I find more Pokemon of Shadows that I really want to consider. But this, Poliwrath, it has Shadow Storm, Shadow Rush, and Shadow Sky. It will learn Hydro Pump, Helping Hand, and Rain Dance Pump Purification. Along the way, it will regain the move Brick Break. So I definitely think Poliwrath is definitely going to be a... So if you definitely want to have a Water type at this point in the game, Poliwrath is not a terrible option. Although I would have preferred it had Surf instead of Hydro Pump. You could go with worse. For abilities, it has either Damp or Water Absorb. I think both of them have their merits. Damp is if you want to prevent your enemies from blowing themselves up, but Water Absorb is really good if you're fighting enemies that have moves like Surf, so you wind up getting healed from that instead. So I definitely think it's pretty dang good for having your... So I definitely think it's both abilities have their merits. Poliwrath, I definitely think it's a good choice if you want to have a Water type at the end game, and you've not gotten yourself a Water type just yet. It's going to be more physical than special, but I definitely like what Poliwrath can do. I think I'm gonna call Snorlax again. And then for speed, let's Thunder Wave the Poliwrath. It's still too bad we can't use the Lock Rule for shinies on this. So we can't get the shinies on the shadows. I know, that's the unfortunate thing. Oh, and there goes Snorlax. I was kind of hoping he would live another turn, but what can you do? Let's actually bring up Poseidon. I want to actually get Poseidon sometime in the game, in the field, before we get to the final battle. Hang in there, guys. But we got ourselves another Water type. Let's use a Netball. Can this one also snack at full HP? It has not failed once yet with all the bugs and the waters we came across at Citadark. Will Poliwrath be the first to break this chain? Lo and behold, yes, Poliwrath does break that chain. And we got rid of Poliwrath. And right now we have Mr. Mime. I've never really used Mr. Mime myself before, not even its Galarian counterpart. But Mr. Mime is Mr. Mime is a shadow Pokemon that is more special oriented than it is physical oriented. Mr. Mime does not have the fairy type in this generation, as fairy types do not exist yet. But Mr. Mime, I definitely think it's more of it's pretty high in its special attack, albeit it's not very bulky, it's not very fast, so that's gonna hold it back from sweeping a little bit. Mr. Mime, I don't think it's a terrible choice. It does only have Shadow Storm and Shadow Shed, so we're definitely gonna be seeing its pretty dang high special attack coming in play here. It otherwise learned Encore and Thunder Punch, so having Psychic and Thunder Punch in a starting moveset, you can't go wrong with this Mr. Mime. A lot of the Pokemon we're gonna find here on to the end, as far as the shadows go, we're gonna have really dang good options here. So, if you want a nice special Psychic type Pokemon, Mr. Mime's your guy. Can't go wrong with having some of the options at this point in the game. I need to think about this. I need to think about what I'm going to do here. Part of me wants to revive Snorlax so it can tank the special hits that we're going to be getting from Gorigan's Shadow Pokemon here. But at least with speed, I'm going to paralyze the Mr. Mime. That's the job I wanted him to do, at least. Here comes the storm! Speed may have held on with 1 HP, but the Shadow Sky is going to be what finishes him off. Let's bring Snorlax back into play. Oh, never mind. You don't let speed suffer from the rain, but Poliwrath does the job instead. You know, I'm gonna bring Apollo. I know the Shadow Sky is gonna be only hurting Apollo here, but I got an idea. And then I'm gonna call Snorlax for a couple turns so I could get the accuracy up again. And for Apollo, time to set up this giant wall. Let's go 2 or 3 Cosmic Powers. I know the Shadow Storm's gonna hurt a little bit. That did not as much as I thought. Okay, here comes the damage. I know this is gonna hurt having Apollo take 2 Shadow Attack hits at one time. Well, at least Snorlax is slowly healing through the leftovers. And I'm gonna heal Apollo. If I could get another Cosmic Power off, I should be okay with Apollo, unless I get the unlucky critical hit. I also gave Apollo the Quick Claw so I can give him that speed, so I can give him that chance of going first in battle. Since, aside from Snorlax, Apollo is the slowest member of the team, but I don't want to take the leftovers off of Snorlax. And both my enemies are paralyzed. That's probably why Apollo's going first in a lot of these cases. Let's try the netball again on Poliwrath. One. I might need to weaken these guys a little bit. I definitely see Poliwrath setting up the Shadow Sky again this turn. Yep, I was right. How many is I set up 3 Cosmic Powers. I'll do Shadow End of Mr. Mime. I don't think it's gonna knock it out, but it'll definitely do some damage. And it missed anyway. Okay, Apollo's not really taking damage anymore, even with the Shadow Sky in play. Yep, Apollo's taking those hits like a truck now. Now I can have Apollo start attacking. Now let's start weakening that Mr. Mime. And then heal Apollo. Yeah, that Rock Tomb did not do that much damage. Get that Mr. Mime even slower. Oh, he started to go after my Snorlax. Rock to Mr. Mime. I'll try the Shadow End of Poliwrath. I think Mr. Mime's now in snackable territory. Oh, jeez! Even with that crit. We're gonna be fine. Now we just gotta snack all the Gorigan's shadows here. I'll do Cosmic Power again. Oops, wrong. No. Alright. Netball on a Poliwrath one more time. And I think we got him. Yes, we do. We just have to weaken him a little bit. Here comes the storm. That did not do much damage. And the Shadow Sky is gone. I'm sorry, Gorigan, but this victory the victory is once again mine. Let's go, Ultra Ball. That Mr. Mime is mine. At least it should be. There we go. We're doomed. And we call it Poliwrath of Mr. Mime. Blah. That was the very last chance Master Greevil gave me. How can I keep losing to some kid over and over? If there were a tree, I'd climb it to get away from all this. I'm gonna put Mothra in the front so I could get the effects of the money. I should have summoned out Mothra instead of Snorlax, but I wasn't thinking. It's only just to double up the money. Which I'm gonna be fine in terms of money. Oh, I better Poliwrath that Mr. Mime in the Purify Chamber. There we go. Did I actually heal the machine? Yes, I did. Okay. I might need to start spending money on the scent so I can get Snorlax's purification underway. So I can give him moves other than a Shadow End to use. How am I on my money? I'll buy some Vivid Sense after we defeat this guy. You won't quit being a pest, will you? Kind of surprised we have this peon thrown here after 3 back-to-back Cipher admin battles, even if Snattle was in the previous stream. Gale and Ampharos. Okay, Mothra, you did your job. Get out of the battle. And then, Cinder will come out. Interesting. And Shadow and Mist. Interesting choice of having a Hailstorm come out. Okay, your Icy Wind is probably going to make things tougher, so my team is a little slower than yours. Interesting decision on your part. But I got rid of the Glalie. Oh, I'm going to keep Cinder out here to fight the Breloom. I know Shadow End is constantly missing. That's just a drawback of having the accuracy of my moves here. Poor accuracy of that move. Oh dear. If that misses, we'll be in trouble. Next up, we have a Donphan. You know, I'm gonna have Poseidon. Yeah, I'm gonna have Poseidon out. I'm gonna give Poseidon a little bit of time to shine. Oh, you're evil. Finally, Shadow End lands a hit. And Ampharos is hanging by a thread. Either the Hail's gonna finish it off, or... No, Starmie's still a lot faster. No, the Hail's probably gonna finish off Ampharos the next turn. If Shadow End misses, the Hail will be what finishes it. We'll do Waterfall on Donphan. I'm surprised she's still hanging on. Flail's gotta do a lot now. Really? The stops just in time for me to have it at the point it's not going to survive another hailstorm. Predictable. Let's have Stormy get rid of Donphan before it flails on Snorlax again. And next up we have Dugtrio, which is a Shadow Pokemon. Dugtrio is known as the Revenge Killer for a reason. This thing is fast and it hits hard, and Snorlax is dead. Wonderful. Dugtrio is known as the Revenge Killer. It is very fast, and it can definitely get some quick moves in there to finish up the job that some other Pokemon are unable to do by the time they are defeated. Dugtrio comes with learns Tri-Attack through Purification. It has Shadow Break, Shadow Shed, and Shadow Sky. It wanted getting Earthquake, Charm, and Sandstorm. Both of which I definitely think will have a build. I think it either has Sand Veil or Arena Trap. I need to see if this is the case. If for Dugtrio as a Gen 3. I know it has Arena Trap, I just don't know if it also has a Sand Veil in this generation. Let me check to be sure. For Dugtrio. Okay, it can have one or the other at Gen 3. Either Sand Veil or Arena Trap. Prevent the swapping out unless your teammates are flying or have Levitate. I'll actually check with Poseidon real quick to know for sure. Okay, this thing has Sand Veil, since I know I'm able to switch out. To Apollo real quick. And then we'll get rid of Ampharos. Yep, this practically confirms that Dugtrio here has Sand Veil. So it's going to get that evasive boost during a sandstorm. Also, if you guys are curious, here is where you, at long freaking last, you get the soft sand. If you want to power up your ground type moves, this late in our adventure is where we get that item to do so. So, unless you want to have super powerful, if you're fine with having to wait this long for super powerful earthquakes, this is your guy that has the soft sand. You waited this long in your adventure to get the move, to get the item. Here it is. Let me see if I can put Dugtrio to... I doubt Mothra's gonna lift attack, but we're gonna try putting it to sleep. Nope, Mothra fainted. I was hoping it would... Look, this thing's a ground type, so it's not gonna be able to get paralyzed. Let's get Poseidon out. Let's get my two Psychics out here. I know Dugtrio is going to be a bit of a pain to deal with. So let's just start throwing Ultra Balls now. Since I don't have my Sleep User with me anymore, I'm just going to have to try whimming the Ultra Balls and hopefully get it without too much difficulty. And Apollo's attack missed. Oh wow, Recover is so OP in this generation. It heals half your HP. And I'm just so used to the newer generations where you only have like 5 uses of it. In this generation, you have 20 uses of Recover. Wow, that is a lot. This Stormy's gonna be playing the stall game for a very long time with Recover. Now we can start throwing the Ultra Balls at Dugtrio. Now we could try another Ultra Ball on Dugtrio. Oh, now you're going after Apollo instead. I'll do another Rock Tube just in case it does get out of this one. This Duck Trio might be our most annoying Shadow Pokemon to catch in this session so far. Funny enough, the one Shadow Pokemon to not be owned by a Cipher admin is going to be the one giving us the trouble. That's hilarious. At least so far. I could spend a turn reviving Butterfree to put Doug Trio to sleep. Okay, I cannot hit this thing anymore. But it is slow, so if I do revive Butterfree, she'll be able to outlive an attacker too. We'll try the Ultra Ball and recover. Just in case I don't wind up wasting a revive. Which I'm kind of glad that I did not wind up wasting a revive at this point. Nice. Alright, let's get Doug Trio in the Purification Chamber. God, this isn't happening. It's not real. And now, with that elevator back there, we have our way to get around that glass wall that Greevil put out in front of us. Maybe it's a soundproof. Maybe it is a soundproof glass barrier, so Greevil cannot hear me nerd out about Godzilla anymore. Let's get Doug Trio in the Purified Chamber. Whoops, wrong thing. Yep, this thing does have Sand Veil, so it definitely has the ability that I suspected it would. It definitely has the possibility of a Rain Trap, but this one in particular does not. So this Doug Trio of mine here would be good for a Sandstorm team, if I do decide to use one. I'm only leaving Citadark now because I want to buy some sense to help Snorlax get a move or two. So I'm not just relying on Shadow End all the time. As powerful and beautiful of a move Shadow End is, Joseph is right. If I keep relying on spamming that move, Snorlax is going to lose more HP than gain. Since it only has 2 Shadow moves, it only needs to go about halfway to get that both of its moves. Hopefully we could get Snorlax purified by the end of the stream, but at the rate it's going, unless these scents have anything to say about it, we're probably not going to see that happen. I'll buy 30 of these scents, so that should get me a ways with Snorlax. We'll see how 1 does on the Snorlax. As for balls, I think we're going to be okay for what's left. Vivid Scent Snorlax. Alright, let's see how one of these scents do. Yeah, we're gonna be here a while. We're gonna be here a while on Snorlax with the Vivid Scents. Which, that's okay. That is perfectly okay. I'll check after we get through 5. I'll check after 5 cents, see if Snorlax has a move end of nature. Hopefully one of his moves. Oops. I know he's gonna get cursed and body slam over the purification process, so let's see where he is now. Still doesn't have his first move yet. But we'll get him there. Once he has a move, he'll be so much more helpful. I want to say Curse is the first move Snorlax will get. By 2, it should have his... Yup, he has his first move, and it's Curse. Yeah, Curse is a really good move to have on my Snorlax. He's already the slowest thing on the block, so... it'll make him even slower, which, as I said, that's not going to matter. But it'll boost up his attack and defense, both physically. So it's going to make those super high stats all that more higher, which I'm going to love on this Snorlax. Let me check. I'll check at 10 Vivid Sense and see where he is. I'm not expecting it to be purified, but I'm curious to see where he's going to go. I'll check out another 10. I might wind up using all 30 of them on Snorlax to see where he goes. Good thing I bought 30 of these sets. I knew we were going to be here for... Actually, while I'm here, let me check the berry guy. I forgot to do my berry of the day. Good thing I'm remembering. Check my berry sub. Check your daily berries. Oh, hey, citrus berry. That's one I could definitely see some use out of. Because when I did this in my off-stream training, I was like, really? You're giving me an Oran Berry at the end of the game? What good's 10 HP gonna do? One more Vivid Scent, and then we'll see where Snorlax is standing. He probably has his nature by now. Adamant. What does that one do again? Oh, this is perfect! This is perfect! Plus physical attack, lower special attack. Snorlax won't have any special attacks in this generation, so I'm okay with this. It has now updated IVs. 25 to 26 HP, 29 to 31 physical attack, 26 to 28 physical defense, a perfect 31 special attack, 25 to 26 special defense, and 6 to 7 speed. Oh boy. I love this Snorlax. This Snorlax has perfect IV as the best IVs I could ever ask for. Thank you. Thank you, Random Generator, for giving me the really good IVs on my Snorlax here. I am very happy with this one. Let me add the mark for its attack so I know it's got really good attack stats. Or rather good attack IVs. I'll build Chamber 9 in a little bit. Not now, but I'll build it a little later. I might as well just use the rest of these scents on Snorlax. And hopefully I'll get Snorlax to relearn Body Slam in the process. Hey Slayer, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day so far. Let me do the rest of these scents on Snorlax. Once it learns Body Slam, I'll be good with the Snorlax. As you said, this guy may be slow, but he's gonna hit hard. A very powerful ally indeed. And he's got really good IVs all across the board. Aside from speed, but I'm like, I can care less if he's the slowest thing on the block. He's gonna hit hard and he's gonna take hits, just the way I like it. I told you guys Snorlax is king. I'll do 2 more of these since and see where Snorlax is in his purification. Because once he has Body Slam, we're going to continue in Citadark and fight whoever's left in the way. Alright, do you have... Okay, one more shit should give you Body Slam. Either that or just walking on my way back to where I'm supposed to be. One or the other, or both. Now do you have Body Slam? Heck yeah! You got both your moves back, let's go. Alright, let's get back to Citadark and prepare for the next battle. Which, this next battle, I'm excited yet nervous about. Because I'm sure those of you that play this game know what's coming. It is not an easy battle. They had to make this. They gotta make the second to last boss fight in the game a very difficult one, am I right? Because we may have fought Ardos, the man in blue, but we still gotta fight the man in red. Now let's go to the way Gorigan got us open. I'm going to set a save state just in case something does go wrong. I really love the Snorlax. I can't say that enough. And with Body Slam, it has a chance of paralyzing my enemies. Hey, Greevil! Guess who's back to nerd out about Godzilla more? Eldest! Sir, who allowed this child to penetrate our defenses so deeply? What is the meaning of this? The others can't be counted on at all. I'm giving you the responsibility of dealing with this child. You finally managed to anger Master Greevil. I thought I would end up battling you one day, but this is how I hoped this isn't how I hoped to face you. If we battle, it will only be unfulfilling and without meaning. Will you challenge me knowing that? You know, ever since I ran into you in Mount Battle, I've been waiting to fight you. Although this wasn't the way I wanted to happen either. But, you know, I'm looking forward to this battle, Eldest. Having a good day, usual Saturday stuff to celebrate family's birthday. Well, happy birthday to your family member, and things seem to be doing pretty well for the most part. Alright, let's do this. Fine. I understand. But once we begin, expect no mercy. That is my philosophy. Here we go. The battle with Eldest. This guy is not going to be a pushover. He's going to be tough. Starting off with Ninjask and Magnetric. We're starting off with Mothra and Snorlax ourselves. And much like Ardos, Eldest is starting off with the Shadow Pokemon. In this case, it's Magnetric. Magnetric is, in my opinion, a pretty fast electric type. I don't know how powerful it can be, since I never really got to use a Magnetric myself. I think I only used it like once or twice back in the Ruby Sapphire days. But I definitely know Magnetric can be pretty fast. I think it's pretty powerful. This Magnetric cat has Shadow and Shadow Mist and Shadow Sky. Yep, we're gonna start running into more Shadow and Pokemon here. While you purify this thing, it will learn Bite naturally. Once it gets the final lock done, it will have the Rain Dance and Thunder combo, much like Speed the Jolteon does. Albeit even if he doesn't have Rain Dance on him. So if you're looking for a fast electric type user that wants the Rain Dance Thunder combo, Magnetric is your guy. Although considering at the very end of the game, chances are you probably got a full team or something pretty dang close to it at this point. So I definitely think you're gonna have a pretty nice array of options at this point. I'm gonna do Body Slam on Ninjask. Wow, Ninjask is the fastest thing on the field? That's something. Magnetric would be able to outspeed the Ninjask, but nope. Oh gosh, your Shadow Ends. Is Mothra gonna live this? Nope! There goes my sleep strategy. Alright, Speed, you're up. Alright, Snorlax, show off your Body Slam. Wow, one shot! Get in! Who? Oh no, not the Salamence! And it's a Shadow Pokemon. I was afraid he would summon Salamence next. This Salamence is by far the most powerful Shadow Pokemon we come across yet. Wow, reverse mode already. Salamence is a powerhouse. It is a pseudo legendary for a reason. This thing is hard and it hits fast. And it's not bulky, and this thing is a Dragon Flying type at level 50. A huge level jump. I think this thing outlevels every one of my current team. So Salamence is a beast. And it comes with Shadow Rush and Shadow Hold. This thing's gonna hit hard. Over your Purification, it's gonna get Dragon Dance and Aerial Ace. When you Purify it, it will remember Dragon Claw and Refresh. Salamence, it hits hard and it is fast. So it is not the most bulky Pokemon in the world, but it is very fast and hits powerful. But it does have a higher physical attack than its special attack stat. So be forewarned, if you do want to use a Salamence in your team, its Dragon type moves will be considered as special, so it's not going to be as powerful as it normally would become the physical special split. But while this thing has Shadow moves, Shadow Rush is a physical move, so this thing is definitely going to be considered as a physical move. Salamence is a beast. And remember that Salamence at the very beginning of the game? We could technically have one in our team through this point. Albeit at the very end, but we will definitely get it at this point. I forgot to point out that Manectric can either have Lightning Rod or Static, I want to say? But since it did not draw in the Thunder Wave, we know this Manectric will have... Oh gosh, Speed is dead. We know this Manectric has Static, because it did not draw in the Thunder Wave from the Lightning Rod, and... Just like Eldest is no joke, because like that already, we already lost 2 of our Pokemon to that Manectric alone. I gotta get Apollo up here so we can start setting up those defenses. We lost our Sleeper, and we lost our Paralyzer. So I think I want to get that Manectric out of here. Let's try the Ultra Ball. That Manectric did a lot of damage to itself through 2 Shadow Ends, which already put it into snaggable range. I mean, I can still get it at full health, but it's gonna be a lot easier to snag. It's a lot harder to snag when it's at full HP, and like that, it got out of the Ultra Ball in one shake. That's not good. Thankfully, Shadow End missed. But Shadow Rush, we're not going to be so lucky about dodging, and I can commend Eldest for wanting to go after my Snorlax as well instead of just leaving it alone. I'm going to leave the Salamence. I'm leaving Salamence so I can build up my Timer Balls. For when I want to catch that Salamence, I want the Timer Ball to get it almost immediately. So I'm right now focusing on the Manectric. That and Manectric cast a Shadow End, and I want to get that out of here. One Shadow End with 1 Cosmic Power did nearly half my health. That is scary. So this is why I'm building up the Cosmic Powers now. Ooh, that did a lot of damage. I see Eldest just wants to get my Lunatone out of here. I'm not going to capture the Manectric. I'm going to heal Apollo. And also remember, Shadow moves have no PP, so this thing's can use Shadow End as many times as it wants. And you're not gonna, and it's not gonna have to risk of running out of move usage. I might have to just spam healing on my Lumatone until it gets pretty good on its cosmic powers. So here's where a good chunk of my Hyper Potions are going to wind up going. Unless Shadow End misses. There goes that strategy, stinking crit! This guy's just canceling all my strategies. Sheesh. If I do an Ice Beam, I don't know if that's gonna kill the Salamence, but it's gonna do a lot of damage to it. I'll try one Ice Beam and see where that gets me. If this guy went through my wall, I am terrified. Come on, Manectric, get in the ball. Good boy. Let's see what one Ice Beam will do. I'm not expecting it to kill it, but we'll see how this goes. Oh, hang on just long enough. I'm gonna try the Timer Ball now and see how that does at Salamence. We're gonna be throwing a lot of Snag Balls this battle. And this is only a second Shadow Pokemon. We got it on the first Timer Ball! Get in! Next up we have Marowak. It's a Shadow Pokemon. Marowak hits hard, and it's got some bulk. I'll be in the form of its HP. It doesn't have the highest defenses in the world, but it definitely does have some nice bulk to go with it. Plus, the Marowak is holding a Thick Club, which does boost its critical hit ratio. This Marowak knows Shadow End and Shadow Panic. While you are purifying this thing, it will learn Sword Stance and Rock Slide. Once you purify it, will get Earthquake and, for whatever reason, Sing. If you combine Sword Stance, the Thick Club, and that Earthquake, this Marowak does ridiculous amounts of damage. You're probably going to be seeing the most powerful Earthquake ever to exist in this game, with that high critical hit ratio and 1 or 2 Sword Stances off. This Marowak hits hard. And yeah, Marowak already has high physical attack on its own, so combine that with the Thick Club and everything I said earlier, you're going to be seeing very powerful Earthquakes from this thing. And Poseidon's level 47, yay! Next up, he has a Lapras! And it's a Shadow Pokemon. This guy has 4 Shadow Pokemon on him. Yep, these fights are going to be pretty long and pretty hard. Lapras is a pretty powerful Ice Water type Pokemon. It doesn't have the best moves in my opinion, at least to start off with. This thing has Shadow Storm, Shadow Shed, and Shadow Sky. While you purify it, will learn Blizzard. Once you purify it fully, it'll get Hydro Pump, Heal Bell, and Rain Dance. Not the best type defensively, but it could definitely do some damage. And Lapras does have the stats to complement this. I like Lapras as a Pokemon. It's just it does have a fair amount of weaknesses, including fighting, electric, grass. I know it's got some other stuff out there, but Lapras is a pretty nice Pokemon if you know how to use this thing right. I need to think of what I'm going to do for this one. We got Lapras and Marowak both on the field. These things are going to hit pretty hard if I let it go. What does Marowak have? I think Lapras has Shadow... Not Shadow. I forget the name of the ability, but prevents the critical hits on it. I don't remember the name of the ability. Marowak can have Rock Head or Lightning Rod, And I don't think Shadow End protects you from the... I don't think Rock Hand protects you from the Shadow End. But there's a chance this Marowak could have Lightning Rod, drawing in all electric moves. Lapras, it can have Water Absorber, Shell Armor. That's what it is, Shell Armor. So, both abilities on both of these can be very good and very helpful. I do like it. Who do I revive, though? With Shadow End out, I'm scared to summon them out. Do I want to bring out Speed or Mothra for this? This is a pretty difficult situation for me. I definitely need to revive one or both of my Pokemon here. I think Speed could take more hits. I'm going to compare the defenses of the two. 75 to 107. Yeah, Speed could definitely take more hits. I'm going to revive Speed. I'm going to try Body Slam on Marowak to paralyze it. Also, since this guy does have 4 Shadow Pokemon, there is no shame in defeating any of his Shadows to fight them later with Mirror Beam. There is no shame in that at all. Because it is hard snagging 4 Shadow Pokemon in one go at a battle. So, there is no shame in defeating a Shadow Pokemon just so you can live the battle. Yes, I paralyzed the Marowak! That was something I was kind of worried about. Would I be able to paralyze it with a Body Slam? Because that was my one... Because that is my one shot at it. And then we'll do... Actually, I'm going to buy a turn with Protect. I'm going to buy a turn with Protect for Speed. I'm playing it safe over sorry. I have no idea if Marowak's going to escape the Ultra Ball or not. Never mind, Marowak does get caught. That makes things a lot easier for me. Having Shadow Storm is not going to be fun to deal with. So all that's left now is this Lapras. According to Bulbapedia, no, Rocket does not prevent Shadow and Recoil. That is also very good to know. I honestly was not sure if it was gonna get that Recoil away from it. Thunder Wave and Body Slam. At least we got a guaranteed paralysis on the Lapras here. I don't know if Speed's gonna live the Shadow Storm. He might, but I have no idea. Oh, just barely. Alright, Snorlax, get your Body Slam out there. Lapras is pretty bulky, so I know it's gonna take a bit before it's gonna go down. That was 8 damage, I want to say? Ouch. I'm gonna buy a turn of Protect and call Snorlax out of reverse mode. I hope I did not screw this over. I'm sorry, Speed, if you die with 1 HP. I'm sorry if you faint to this Speed. You... Ow! You held up with 1 HP! Ow, you are a legend! He held on with 1 HP! I thought he was gonna die! Heal you up, and we'll do another Body Slam. I love having Body Slam, so it's something other than Shadow End on my Snorlax. Holy crap, I did not think he was gonna live the Shadow Sky. But to hold on with 1 HP, wow. And this is why I love my Jolteon people, and the Shadow Sky's now gone. I'm scared if I do a Thunderbolt, it's gonna defeat the Lapras. Why come this far and only to accidentally knock it out? I'll do one more Body Slam. I know it can hold, it got that much with 2 Body Slams, so I'll be fine if I get one more Body Slam in here. And here comes the Net Balls. And like that, we got all 4 of Eldest's Pokemon in one go. And with that, he's down. We lost. Totally. Got all 4 of his Shadow Pokemon. And all that's left for us now is Master Greevil himself. You are powerful. Much more than I had imagined. If you aim to stop our plan, then you should keep going. However, the Grandmaster's power is probably far greater than you can imagine. I doubt you will beat the man. And he lowers that glass wall. So we now don't need to take the long way around anymore. Which is super helpful for us. But let's see what final items we can come across. Oh, and here's a couple scientist dudes that we can fight to get some last minute experience. Because once we go in that elevator, that's the final battle. And I want to make sure I am well prepared for this. We are going to heal first and foremost. And then I'm going to fight those 2 researcher dudes. Get somebody in Snorlax as much experience as they can out of these 2 battles. But now who's going to... You know, I'll have Mothra on the front, just so I can get the double money from these 2 and spend whatever money I get from these guys towards healing items. Also, really cool, what I see here is this TV in the background. We get to see a fight with the camera up to the Xatu. Between 2 Cipher peons, so... I guess Greevil just likes watching his Cipher peons fight each other in their spare time. Using, I want to say, Nightshade and Fire Blast. I guess this is just a clip on repeat. Working at the HQ makes me an elite. What more proof do you need? However bleak the situation, I never give up. Lock it and load it, my friends, because this is going to be a long battle. Once I get rid of you and your friend here, Greevil is next. And let me see, who needs the experience for a level? Speed's about to get a level... How far's Poseidon from level? Oh, Poseidon just leveled up, so I don't need to bring in Poseidon. I just want to make sure I can get whoever needs a level as quick of one as I can. You know, I'll switch out for Cinder, and then I'll do Curse with Snorlax to undo the Intimidate. Oops, that hurt. That really hurt. Make it use one of my 4 restores already. I'm not gonna risk Shadow End. Why are you using Shadow Ball on a Dark type? Is my question. You know that's not gonna do a lot of damage. Alright, now Cinder can actually get into the fight. Flamethrower. This should get rid of Ship Tree. Bye-bye. Miltank? Is that Body Slam on Cinder again? Oh no, you're going after Snorlax! Okay. Okay, keep Snorlax at reverse mode. That's definitely going to make things a little more exciting. It'll get him much closer to purification, I will give that. Flamethrower on Maldo? And then I'll call Snorlax out of reverse mode. Who's gonna get hit with this? Oh no. How are you still hanging on, Cinder? Not complaining, but wow, you're hanging on. Armaldo just barely holds on. You would not be able to take 2 crits like that. You fought hard, Cinder. I need to see who can use the experience now. Mothra's definitely gonna get the level with the next trainer we fight. I think I'll go to Apollo. And then we'll do Rock Tomb Armaldo, Body Slam Miltank. You are not making this a very interesting fight. Rock Tomb, this should get rid of Armaldo. Yeah, being part bug makes Armaldo weak to rock-type moves. Oh no, Slacky! Please paralyze it. Oh well, we tried. Second Miltank. I don't. You know, I'm not playing with the slacking. Shadow end on slacking. Uh-oh. This is gonna hurt. Shadow Ball from a slacking. I'm surprised you held on to that one. I'm surprised you held on. And Miltank is gone. Okay, I bought myself a free turn, assuming Slacking still lives. Which it does. Psychic and Body Slam. I don't want to lower my HP anymore. Plus, I need to move with pretty dang nice accuracy. I was locked and loaded in that fight. Sorry, I give up. But just today. Heal with the machine. Thunderstorms above and whirlpools below. What could it be? You had to be kidding, though. I don't stand a chance compared against the guy who thumped Eldis. The Eldis fight was a really fun and close one. You need to calm down before you make your callers like that one, pal. Actually, this is where speed's gonna come into play, because 2 electric types right here. Now I'm in for the questions of the debate. Do I purify Snorlax before the fight with Greevil, or keep him as a shadow? What do you guys think? I'm gonna swap to speed. And then we'll do Curse. I want to boost up those attacks. What do you guys think? Should I keep Snorlax as a Shadow Pokemon for Greevil or Purify him? I got the sense to do it. Or get very close to it. He has all his moves. Or he may wind up getting it already with the reverse mode's kicking in a lot. Let's start with Thunderbolts. I think Corsa's gonna go down a lot faster. And then I'll put in the Discord and all that when I'm about to fight Greevil. Final battle time or something. If I could get everyone on my team one more level before Greevil, we'll be good. Greydilly, interesting choice. We'll do Thunderbolt on Tentacruel, Shadow Enter Greydilly. And you barely hang on. And that was a beautiful way to take it down Greydilly. And Speed just got his level. Da, 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 da. Milotech. Uh-oh. That's gonna hurt. I think Apollo's probably gonna get. Oh, this is tough. Off Apollo, get rid of the Tentacruel, and then Shadow and Milotic. Sometimes I don't understand what the AI's thinking of when I try certain moves. Apollo, you held on! Whoa! Part of why I didn't bring him out there because I knew she was going to get a level. Silverwind? Powdery attack that may rate. There's that slim chance of the Omniboost. Decisions, I know. I'm like, Silverwind or Safeguard? This is a tough one, guys. I believe Bug is Bug. I think Bug's considered physical in this generation. I know Silverwind gets the special stat. It's considered a special attack in the once the physical special split happens. I just don't remember if Bug's considered physical in Gen 3. I can always get access to the Safeguard TM if I need to reteach Mothra. I can buy the Safeguard TM if I need to get another use of, if I want to reteach it to Mothra, over wasting 1,000 tickets, 1,000 coupons at the Mount Battle guy. I don't think I need to worry, and I don't think I need to worry about Safeguard in the final battle, so for now I'll have Silverwind over Safeguard. Safeguard's more of a post-game deal. So we'll have Silver win for now. Gyarados? Now this is where I needed speed in play. Shadow and Police hit. Yes! Bug is considered physical in Gen 3. Very helpful to know. And Apollo just got 47. How far is Cinder from leveling up? Oops, wrong thing. I'm gonna call Snorlax out of reverse mode. Probably gonna need it. I kinda don't want to go into the fight with Greevil with being in reverse mode. If Apollo or Snorlax faint, I'll bring in Houndoom just so she could get the experience. So I want to try getting my team to 47-48. Worst comes to worst, I could just, like, fight Chobit again or something to get Cinder an extra level. I'm not expecting Cinder to get the level from this fight. And I think I might just have to fight Chobit just to get Snorlax out of reverse mode. The correct answer is yes, it's Citadark Isle. Alright, that takes care of these two trainers. I'm gonna head back to the mainland so I can get Cinder that last level. So I could get my team at 47-48, which will be good. And then I'll use whatever money I got at that point to buy whatever healing items I need to. I think I'm going to be pretty good on my Ultra. I think I'm good on Ultra and Timer Balls. Let me check real quick. I won't need Net Balls anymore. I don't think there are any more water types for me to capture. Let me see how we are. 28 Ultra Balls. Maybe I'll buy a few more Ultra Balls. Timer Balls we're really well equipped with. I think I'm gonna need some... I'll need some more Ultra... I might need some more Ultra Balls. Because the Greevil fight, it is pretty long, and it is pretty tough. And then let me check my money. 20,000. I should be able to buy some healing items with that. With whatever money I get from Chopin to stock up on Ultra Balls and Timer Ball. I'm good on Timer Balls. I'll need some Ultra Balls and full restores. And then I'll see how many Hyper Potions and whatnot I have left at that point, too. Did I use a Master Ball yet? Nope, I still have my Master Ball. I still have my Master Ball. And I have one of two targets I plan to use that Master Ball on. I'm not getting you out of reverse mode just yet, because Snorlax sure might keep getting rid of that Gyarados very quickly. Snorlax's attack missed. The Shadow... yep, that lands this time. Sweat, Snorlax just barely hangs on from that. Not Snorlax, Gyarados. So let me call you out of reverse mode. Flamethrower the Tropius. Or is it Tropius because of tropical? I need to rewatch episodes of the anime to know how to pronounce some of these Pokemon's names. And then just so I get double the money, I'll swap out Snorlax with Mothra. It's just so I can get double the money. Make it a little more easier for me to buy some of these items for this final battle coming up. And then I need to put the Pokemon from that I got from Eldest in the Purify Chamber. So they can get going a little themselves. Chobin lost! Chobin, no! 5,000 money. Yep, that gives me a lot more money. Chobin has exhausted personal funds. Modifications can no longer be afforded. Chobin will battle on Guts alone from now on. I think we could buy Ultra Balls from Gation Port. If I'm not mistaken, I can easily go to, like, Outskirts stand for the Ultra Balls. Because I know I could get my other, I know I could buy Timer Balls from there. We'll get rid of these net balls, don't need them anymore. Ultra Balls, I could buy 23. I have 9 Hyper Potions, 5 Max Potions. Do I have anything? I don't need Nest Balls anymore. I could buy 5 full Yeah, I'll buy 5 full restores. I'm left with 26 yen. I'm left with 26 yen. Whoops, wrong thing. Me and my 26 yen, I am dirt broke. Now for this battle, I'm gonna start with Speed and Mothra for the final battle. How close is Snorlax to purification? Snorlax is almost fully open to the purification. Now decisions. Do I want to keep Snorlax as a Shadow Pokemon, or do I want to purify him going into the final battle? Normally, I would go in with a team of high-end Shadow Pokemon, but for this playthrough, I kind of want to go in with the team I went through this entire adventure with. It'll be hard, but I want to go in with the team I went through this entire game. It makes the more sense going to the final battle with the team I stuck around with for the entire time. Broke, but the most prepared I can be? Indeed. How many cents? I know I still got a few cents left for my Snorlax. 9. Alright, let me use some of these cents on the Snorlax. Hey, Speed, how you doing, mate? Welcome. Just in time for me to do the final battle. How are you doing, my friend? How are you doing, mate? Summer Games Fest was sure excited yesterday. Alright, let me do a couple more. I'm gonna do some cents on Snorlax. We're almost there, guys. The end is near. Oh yeah, I need to do the Purification Chamber. I should get the alert on, like, Snorlax is ready to be purified when it comes to that point. You know, I'll make a save state, see where Snorlax gets into purification, and if we need to, we could be like, nah, we'll keep it as a shadow, or keep it as a pure thing ready to go for this final fight. But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I appreciate you asking me. How close is Snorlax to purification? It's right there! It's right there! Let me... All I needed was take 2 steps and Snorlax could be purified. I just needed to walk 2 steps. Got some great games to look forward to. Got some great looking games to be excited about? Indeed. There are a lot of things from Sony State of Play and Summer Game Fest alone got me excited for some things. We still got Xbox's thing tomorrow and a Nintendo Direct, whenever that's gonna be, but a lot to be excited about. Before I forget, I better put these guys in a purification chamber. Themes to be excited about. I did bring this up. I did bring up earlier the Sonic Crossworld stuff. I'm excited for the update I'm excited for the updates that are gonna be coming into the second year. Where do I put you? We'll have you go for Farfetch'd. Well, I'll put you in here to get that going. Whoop, not like a tongue. I'm gonna give Salamence the privilege of being in set 9. And Marowak's gonna go in set 5. I need to get something going for set 9. Probably won't get the DLC for Cross, but happy for those who are. Fair enough. I'll think about it. Having City Escape in Wave 2, it makes me all the more tempted. I'm thinking. Now I gotta find one more Pokemon that'll work good for that set. That won't fill it up. Nope. Back into PC you go, Magmar. Bayonet. I'll have you here for the time being, so I can have an easier time looking at what I need to do. Nope. I'm picking my poison here, guys. I know. I'm very indecisive when it comes to these things. Okay, all I needed to do was swap up Bayonet and, Tangela. Yeah, we got a full purification set going. I'll put you over on Altaria. We got our team good to go. I will make a save state real quick. Purify Snorlax, see what he gets and how far in experience he goes. And decide from there if we're going to keep him as a shadow or purify him into the final fight with Master Greevil. Oh boy, I've been looking forward to this fight with Greevil. Alright, Snorlax, time to purify ya. And then, actually, for the last time, let me actually put my nickname generator. So I can think... I can't think of a nickname for Snorlax. So let me see what the nickname generator does give me as a suggestion. Okay, that's a good one right there. I like the idea it gave me. 13,000 experience. Only one level? I mean, I kind of expected that. I mean, I kind of expected it. Yeah, I definitely like some of these names that this thing is suggesting me. I'm gonna go with Goliath for my Snorlax. For Season 2, I can understand why, which is why I think getting the digital deluxe was a good investment since you should get Season 2. That would be a very good idea if that is the case. But I will see how things go by the time we do get to Wave 2 of the DLC. As I don't know if it's just going to be tracks and... from the looks of it, it looks like Godzilla's going to be a stage hazard from what I saw in the trailer. But we'll find... I'm sure we'll find out more when the days get closer. Alright, let's take a look. Let me take a look at my Goliath real quick. And then let me teach you your moves of Earthquake and Shadow Ball. Apollo can learn Earthquake? Probably not recommended. Earthquake over Refresh. And then I'll also give you Shadow Ball to deal with the ghosts. Fisher, a one-hit KO move that drops the target in one hit. I'm not gonna see any use out of Fisher. Fisher, however you pronounce it. So I'm gonna give it Shadow Ball instead. How many rare candies do I have? 6 rare candies, so I can give 3 to Snorlax if I really want to. With 1400 in level. Yeah, I'll start with Speed and Mothra for this. Let me show you guys something really funny about the Snorlax in particular. This, move tutor lady. I won't teach it this move, but I want to show you something hilarious it can learn. I think it can learn. I think she has access to this move. Yep, self-destruct. For some weird reason, Snorlax can learn self-destruct. I don't know what the heck can cause it to blow itself up, but Snorlax can blow itself up with self-destruct. That is hilarious. I'm like, how can this thing just blow itself up? It's hilarious it can learn that move. I find it hilarious. I won't teach it that move, but I think it's hilarious that I can teach it self-destruct. Alright, here we go. Time for the big finale. Let me check my items one last time. 9 hyper potions, 19 forward stores, 12 revives. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good. 40 ultra balls, nearly 50 temper balls. I think I'm gonna be good. If for some reason we fail, I'll try it with Goliath as a shadow Pokemon. Fisher's a rare one-shot move, and I don't think there's a good way to increase the accuracy. Aside from the call command, and Fisher does not work if your opponent's at a higher level than you. I think that's the case. So, a move I never consider. And you only get 5 uses of the move anyway. So I'm like, yeah, I think I'm gonna pass on Fisher, and it's only like 30 accuracy, so a very, very rare hitting move. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look over our team one last time. We got Speed the Jolteon, level 48, Protect Thunder, Thunderwave, and Thunderbolt with Volt Absorb, Mothra the Butterfree with Compound Eyes, Psychic Silverwind, Sleep Powder, and Giga Drain, Apollo the Lunatone holding a Quick Claw with Levitate, Psychic, Cosmic Power, Rain Dance, and Rock Tomb, Cinder the Houndoom with Early Burn as its ability, Faint Attack, Charm, Flamethrower, and Bite, Poseidon the Starmie with Illuminate. I really wish I had Natural Cure's ability, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. With Waterfall, Psychic, Ice Beam, and Recover. And lastly, Goliath the Snorlax, Dick Fat for its ability, with Shadow Ball, Earthquake, Curse, and Body Slam. Alright, guys? This is it. Final boss hype in the chat. This is the final battle of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Ho ho ho! So you have even come this far. I better let the Discord know that I'm at the final boss. I will let Discord know. Fighting the final boss. Here we go. I had no idea that a mere challenge could pursue me for this long. Do you have the Master Ball in the bag? I believe I still do. Professor Crane, Data ROMs, and the Lair. You alone derailed every one of our well-laid plans. Well, perhaps not just you. The news broadcast by OMBS did not help Cipher's cause at all. However, my Shadow Pokemon plan isn't finished yet. The final act is about to unfold. Having come this far, I think you've earned the right to know what I have planned. The creation of Shadow Pokemon permanently resist purification. That was the first step. Next, I plan to create an army of Shadow Pokemon that work independently on my orders alone. When the second step is done, I will take over the world without having to rely on bothersome people. And now! Let me introduce you to my faithful servant, the one that shall become the central figure in my Shadow Pokemon army. Come forth, XD001! Here he is! The Darkness form returns! Codename XD001. Roll credits! Now freed of all adjustments, I present to you Shadow Lugia. This Lugia is the first of the Shadow Pokemon that cannot be purified. Now, let us celebrate the completion of my Shadow Pokemon plan in advance. Fall prey to Shadow Lugia. We're starting off this final fight by fighting a Lugia. A powerful, tanky legendary. Go Speed and Mothra! Master Greevil says this thing cannot be purified. I, for some reason, beg to disagree. This thing is the true definition of a tanky legendary Pokemon. Level 50, Psychic and Flying for its type. This thing has a very powerful array of moves. Shadow Blast, Shadow Shed, Shadow Down, and Shadow Storm. Shadow Blast is its signature Shadow move. Very powerful, and it hits like a truck. For now, I'm going to switch out Mothra. I want to keep my Sleep Powder stuff in good check. And put Cinder out to help weaken it from the Psychic typing it's got. And it has pressure for its ability, so I don't want to waste too many of my moves on this thing. But I'm going to paralyze it right away. Make things a little easier for me. Oh gosh, here comes Shadow Blast. Hang in there, Speed! Oh my gosh, you are hanging on by a thread. Protect and Faint Attack. I can't let Speed faint while Speed is in the chat. That sounds so weird to say. And this thing is still paralyzed. I kinda also want to keep my team healed, because this is only the beginning of the fight with Master Greevil. Lugia is no joke. Do I recommend you use the Master Ball on this thing? No, there are better options. You can if you want to, but I would not recommend using the Master Ball on this Lugia. I might need to swap speed out so he doesn't take any more of these hits. Goliath, you're my tank. This is probably gonna fail, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Go, Pokeball! I want to try it one time for the funny. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling that was not gonna work. No, Goliath! Oh, you're gonna hit pretty hard. Well, I gotta be very mindful of what moves I use. I'm gonna start chucking Ultra Balls at this thing. I did the Pokeball one time for the funnies. Look at Master Greevil just sitting in his chair, watching that Lugia do the fighting for him. Okay, this thing is in the red. I can knock this thing out now if I really want to. It's only been... How many turns has it been? 1 turn, 2 turns. I'm gonna check Speed's moves. 3 turns, 4. It's only been 4 turns. The timer balls are not gonna be the most effective just yet, so I think I'm gonna hold off on the timer balls. For now. I'm gonna heal up Speed, so he's at pretty full health. I gotta heal up Cinder as well, but I gotta do them one at a time. One, 2... I'm not even surprised Lugia's escaping. This thing is only a... This thing's catch rate is 3. That is tiny. Oops, I don't want to use another healing item when I'm already fully healed. One. Yeah, we're gonna be seeing this a lot. Shadow Blast. I might have to switch to Apollo. Just so it can tank the hits. Yeah, I'm gonna switch to Apollo to take the hits. Goliath and Apollo are my 2 tanks. They can take the hits. Especially once get Cosmic Power going on Apollo. Because we're probably gonna... We may be here for 5 minutes, we may be here for 50 minutes, I have no idea. It all depends on how much this Lugia wants to cooperate. Oh jeez, yeah, this thing is gonna hit hard. I just gotta hope the paralysis kicks in. I'm gonna start with, like, 1 or 2 Cosmic Powers. Hopefully that buys me a little bit of time. With it being paralyzed, it will give it a little bit of a... It'll give you a little bit of breathing room to endure attacks. My goodness, Lugia. Cooperate with me! If you go after Apollo... Okay, I tanking those hits a little better. turn 10? No, I don't want to use a Great Ball! No wonder a much weaker shot. I used a Great Ball by mistake one of my turns. Oops! No wonder I was having a tough time. 1, 2... Ah, you were doing so much better. Goliath is healing with the leftovers, and I like seeing that. I think I only did 2 Cosmic Powers? Yeah, I only did 2 Cosmic Powers. I like that animation where it's just like, the eyes were like half closed on my Lunatone. I just find it a little hilarious, like, what are you doing? I find it when those weird animations happen a little hilarious. Alright, Timer Ball on Lugia. I think the time is right. Come on. Trying to keep my team rather decently healed as well for... Because this is only the first phase of this fight. Because after Lugia, he goes into a phase 2, and that is where the real fight begins. I'll try another Timer Ball. I know it's been at least 10 turns, so the Timer Ball's definitely gotten some increase. Anyone else on my team? No, not right now. I'll spend this turn doing a 3rd Cosmic Power, so Apollo can take the hits a little bit more. Unless I get really unlucky like I did with Eldis and suffering from a crit. Which, those are not the most often. Cosmic Power, go! Boost my defenses even more! Plus, me doing the fighting this way allows me to hear the Lugia battle theme, which I like this battle theme. It gives me more of a chance to hear this battle theme out. Whereas, like, when I was a kid, I always wound up using the Master Ball in this thing, and I barely got to listen to this song. Alright. Get in the ball, Lugia! This is pretty much where my Darkness form is going to be coming in play. Jesus, Lugia does not want to cooperate! Oh, Goliath is barely hanging in there. If I do another attack, Lugia is not going to survive. So there's the more accurate thing of what I was talking about from Lunatone earlier. That weird, that thing with the half-closed eye. I just really like that. Two Hyper Potions left. I'll use... I should be fine. Maybe I would have probably done a better job if I put Lugia to sleep. I'll try the Ultra Ball and one more Cosmic Power. I'm not too concerned about my PP on Cosmic Power. Yeah, we might be here for a little while. And as long as you stay paralyzed... that'll save me more turns of healing. I want to keep my items per phase too, if I can help it. Timer Ball should be at a pretty good use since it's been at least 10, maybe 15 turns now. How much is Apollo going to take from a Oh no, you're going after Goliath again. I'm gonna keep Goliath as it is, because the leftovers will be healing him a little bit. Let me try a Timber Ball. I'm judging how many moves I used. Or how many turns it's been. 1, 5... 6, 8, 9, 10... Yeah, it's been like, I want to say 15 turns. I'll max out my cosmic power. Oh, we got Lugia! Me doing my mental math was all I needed. Lugia captured, Master Greevil defeated. Well, phase 1 at least. Lugia! If you win in with 5 Pokemon for this, let me get off at the darkness form. If you win in this fight with only 5 Pokemon, you could get Lugia to join your team for phase 2 at this fight. That is a strategy you can use. But I personally want to stick with the team I've been through in this whole game. How dare you, child? How dare you snag my Shadow Lugia, my one loyal subject? There is nothing left now, but I will personally see to the total destruction of your Pokemon. Fall. Here's where the real fight begins. Grandmaster Greevil. If you thought that Lugia wasn't enough, he's summoning more legendaries on us. He's summoning Rhydon and Moltres to begin this phase of the fight. Okay. And as no one's surprised, he has a Shadow Pokemon. Well, not 1, but 2. He starts off with 2 Shadow Pokemon, including one of the legendary birds. I'll start with Rhydon real quick. Rhydon is a beast. It hits hard, and it's got pretty high bulks and pretty high physical attack. Decent HP. The one thing where hurts it is its speed. It hits hard, pretty physically, but it's not very fast. It does have some nice moves, including Mega Horn, Scary Face, and Earthquake. It also, for some reason, has Helping Hand, I guess, to help with its speed and boost up its team members. Shadow moves it has Shadow End, Shadow Down, Shadow Panic, and Shadow Hold. So if I'm not careful, this thing could trap speed in the fight. This thing could have either Rock Head or Lightning Rod. If this thing has Lightning Rod and traps speed in the fight, I essentially lost one of my team members already. Leaving Mako to do the fighting, which is not exactly going to be a fun time. And now for his other one, Moltres, one of the legendary birds. Moltres has Shadow Fire, much like Shadow Lugia. Shadow Blast is its signature move. While it's a Shadow Pokemon, Shadow Fire, as the name implies, is a power fireball attack, and it can cause a burn, which is where Safeguard would have probably helped me at this point. It has Shadow Shed, Shadow Hold, and Shadow Rush. I almost never see Greevil use anything other than the Shadow Fire on this Moltres. So the Moltres is more likely than not going to be wanting to burn me with Shadow Fire. When you purify, it does get extra Sensory, Morning Sun, Will-O-Wisp, and Flamethrower. So this Moltres has some signature moves of its own and very handy. And much like Lugia, this bird has pressure, so it's going to be sucking up my PP if I keep attacking it. Thunder Wave. Okay, this thing has Rock Head. I was for some reason worried that Rhydon would have Lightning Rod, but at least it paralyzes Moltres. It makes my fighting a little easier. Ouch, Speed took a beating from that hit. And Mothra put that rock thing to sleep. So this should hopefully spare me from some of the powerful moves I'll be dealing with from Rhydon here. Hey Mario Wolf, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Just in time to see me fight Greevil, the final boss of this game. Let's do Giga Drain on the Rhydon. I'm gonna buy a turn and protect with speed. Oh, did that one hit it? That's okay. I can always fight Greevil to rematch him later. I was not expecting to one-shot the Rhydon. Well, anyway, next up he has Exeggutor. Already a third Shadow Pokemon in this guy's team. Exeggutor, not the best typing of Grass and Psychic, and it does have... Well, Mothra's dead. Was not living a critical hit from a legendary. It was not going to be living now. Anyways, Exeggutor has Shadow Storm, Shadow Shed, Shadow Hold, and Shadow End. Yeah, you can definitely see a pattern with this guy. He's got very powerful moves like Shadow End and the signature ones on his legendary Moltres. Exeggutor would get Refresh, Psychic, Hypnosis, and Nature Power. That would have been a pretty cool moveset to hit if this was not the final boss of the game, to help in snagging some of those legendary Pokemon we'd be fighting. But beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Unfortunate that the Moltres is down. Not the Moltres, the Rhydon is down, but I can always fight Greevil later and get another shot at these legendaries. Let me actually paralyze Exeggutor, and then I'll try to hit it with an Ice Beam. That's one thing I could definitely give speed here. He can paralyze my enemies without doing any damage. Alright, Poseidon, freeze them. Okay, Exeggutor still in the fight. Oh gosh, here comes Shadow End! Whoa! Poseidon actually survived. But one of these two is not going to live from the Moltres. And Speed winds up being the unlucky target from the Shadow Moltres here. At least he did his job of paralyzing both of them. I'm going to get a Apollo out here so I can start building up my cosmic powers. This is the final boss. It's supposed to be tedious. And you know, while I'm at it, I'm going to revive Speed for whatever Shadow Pokemon come out after this. Let me set up Apollo's defenses. Are you going after Apollo or getting rid of Poseidon? Yeah, I'm kind of not surprised you went after Poseidon. And let's get Goliath out here. Get both my tanks into play. And Shadow and Mist. I love to see that. I actually want to snag something, so let's Ultra Ball on Exeggutor. That thing is in the red and paralyzed. I think I could get this Exeggutor in like one Ultra Ball. 1, 2, 3. We actually caught something. Next up, we have Tauros. I've seen Tauros a lot in competitive play back in the early days. Tauros is, much like Snorlax and Starmie and all these others from Gen 1, it is a top tier. Coming in with Intimidate, really helpful in double battles to reduce those physical attack moves. Very helpful on that. This Tauros has Shadow Rush, Shadow Rush, Shadow Hold, Shadow Shed, and Shadow Sky. We're seeing a common trend with 4 Shadow moves on this guy. Thankfully, no Shadow End on this Tauros, but Tauros definitely does pack a punch. As I said, it comes with Intimidate, and has a lot of good physical moves on it. When you Purify this thing, it comes with Earthquake, Refresh, Body Slam, and Tail Whip for whatever reason. I guess to lower those defenses of the Pokemon you wind up using, but I guess not the worst thing to come across. I'm going to start setting up my Cosmic Powers in... let's do the Body Slam on Tauros. Because we already know that Tauros is going to be summoning the Shadowy Rain, making my life that much more harder. So I know I'm going to be taking some chip damage every turn, and hopefully Body Slam can paralyze the Tauros. While we never paralyze Tauros, Moltres is hit from the paralysis for this turn. And that's pretty much going to undo the effect of my leftovers. Trying to keep my 2 tanks stuck in play, are you? I see what you're trying to do here, Greevil. I seriously see what you're trying to do. Cosmic Power. I think this is my 3rd Cosmic Power, so Apollo should be taking in those hits. Can Body Slam paralyze the Tauros this time? Yes! Yes, we can! Oh gosh, here comes the Shadow Fire. Oh dear. Is Goliath gonna die to the rain, or... Goliath does die to the rain, sadly. I'll bring Speed back out. Because Greevil already took down a good chunk of my team. And then let me heal Speed with my last Hyper Potion. Well, that's the first I've seen Greevil use a move other than Shadow Fire on that Moltres. What? Why is the AI on the final boss using Shadow Hold on both of his Pokemon? What were you hoping to gain from that? What was he hoping to gain? I'm not complaining, but the AI on the final boss being stupid, I guess? Wait a minute. Cosmic Power once again with Apollo. And then we're gonna do the Ultra Ball on the Tauros. We caught Tauros. That's 2 down. 4 more to go. Well, Rhydon's already defeated. How's this for pain and excitement? Not 1, but 2 legendary birds in play at the same time. He has a Shadow Articuno in play now. And much like that Moltres, this thing does have a signature move of its own, being Shadow Chill. Which, given the name and the typing, there is a chance that Shadow Chill could wind up freezing me. Not good. If we're looking at other moves this Articuno has, it'll have Shadow Shed, Shadow Sky, and Shadow Rush. While purifying this thing, it will gain Extra Sensory, Heal Bell for whatever reason, Haze, and Ice Beam. Given its typing, both of these birds are weak to Rock-type moves, being Quad weak to Rock-type moves, so Apollo could easily do a Rock Tomb and ruin Greevil's day with these birds. Actually, what am I doing? I could easily get rid of the Shadow Sky with the rain. What am I doing all this time? But let me paralyze Articuno so I have a much more fun time in dealing with the legendary birds here. Here comes Shadow Chill. If Apollo gets frozen, I can easily just Force Store. How did I know it was gonna get frozen? I somehow am psychic with these things. The rain is definitely gonna make the... Shouldn't this rain turn into hail with Articuno in play? I mean, the rain's not gonna be fun for Moltres here either. But while I'm here, full restore, get rid of the freeze, and then max out my cosmic powers. Oh, it's already maxed out. What am I doing? Hang in there. Oh no, Speed's burned. I mean, with maxed out stats, Apollo only took 20 damage from a Shadow Chill. I definitely think Apollo needs to stay alive in this battle. That's just kind of how it needs to be. Apollo needs to stay alive. Now, a lot of time has passed, so the time is right. I'm going to use the, not just a full restore, but I'm going to use a Temper Ball on this Moltres here. Because the time is right, this thing is paralyzed, I'll be still at full HP, but the Timer Ball should be doing pretty good on Moltres. I actually caught it on the first... Okay! I was not expecting to work on the first Timer Ball. Greevil's last Pokemon is a Zapdos, and he has the full team of Shadow Pokemon and all 3 of the legendary birds. And in my opinion, Zapdos is probably the most effective of the 3, given its typing of Electric and Flying. Zapdos is no joke. This thing comes in with Shadow Bolt, Shadow Shed, Shadow Sky, and Shadow Rush. I seem to have noticed all the legendary birds have 3 identical Shadow moves and an elemental one. Shadow Bolt, as you can probably guess by the name, much like Moltres' Fire and Articuno's Chill, with Zapdos' electric typing, can cause paralysis, which could be kinda ugly if I let that be for too long. And this is one of the Pokemon I would recommend you use the Master Ball on, since this thing can be a bit of a pain to deal with. But I want to try catching this guy the normal way. And I'm going to paralyze Zapdos first. Because this is not modern generations where I can still paralyze electric types. Whereas the same could happen to my speed here. Speaking of, he just got paralyzed. Apollo, use Rock Tomb and slow down this bird. I'm not doing Rock Tomb on Articuno because, yeah, I don't want to waste my chances on it. I don't want to knock out another Shadow Pokemon from a Greevil's team. Actually, I want to see Speed actually get a move in. With Zapdos' typing, it only has weaknesses to Ice and Rock. The Electric type does nullify its Electric type weakness from the Flying type, so that makes Zapdos have a lot less... Oh, jeez! No! Stinking crit! Well, it's not the end of the world, I suppose. We knocked out 2 of Greevil's Pokemon, somehow. But I can always fight him again to get the 2 Shadow Pokemon of his that I accidentally defeated. I'm gonna try catching this Articuno. But it's okay to knock out some of Greevil's Pokemon, so you have a lot less shadows to deal with when you do rematch him. Normally, when you defeat Shadow Pokemon, they run off to A or B. For Greevil's case, they stay with him, since you can fight this guy as many times as you want. Shadow Chill? Yeah, Apollo's taking these hits, and I like it. Mini Spy turn and protect. Oh, here comes the crit. It bypasses all the stuff I did. Well, we're down to our final 2, and the 2 that I had pretty much since the beginning, Speed and Cinder. It's these 2 holding off the fort at the end of the game right here. Actually, let me try Flamethrower with the rain in play. How does the rain, how much does the rain weaken Flamethrower? I can English! Yeah, Articuno's still in just fine. Good thing I did it this turn because the Shadow Sky is back. I think enough time has passed. Let me try a Timer Ball on Articuno, and then Protect with Speed to buy myself a turn. In case it does escape from the Timer Ball. One. I guess it goes by turns while the Pokemon is in play, not turns of the overall battle? Okay. Greevil is kind of putting me in a corner right here. Let's try an Ultra Ball on Articuno. If I can get this Articuno, we win the game. Or worst comes to worst, I'll just have Speed Zap this thing out of the sky and I win that way. 1, 2... I need to think. I could do one more. How much health did Cinder lose from that Shadow Sky? Only 8. Okay. I just had to judge whether I was going to be okay with a another turn with the Shadow Sky or not. Let's try the Ultra Ball one more time. Did I turn my back on? Yes, I did. Alright. 1. Oh no. This is bad. Oh, and it flinched. Nice, nice. Cinder is hanging in there. Let me try a Timer Ball again. I can always easily do something else when I do fight Greevil. I can always try something else when I fight Greevil again. How about my healing items? I should be fine. This is a risk. I'm gonna True Protect with speed, and hopefully it works in case Articuno does manage to escape. This may buy me a turn. Oh, I read that perfectly, and the Shadow Aura is gone. Perfect. I'm gonna do Thunder Wave so I can get my Protect back at full capacity. One, 2, 3. We caught Articuno. We still gotta fight him to get Zapdos and Rhydon, but we did really dang good otherwise. And with that, Greevil is defeated. And so was this game. 10,000 yen. But we did really good progress. And it came down to the starting two. Speed and Cinder made it to the end. How? A mere child. A mere child crushed my cherished plan. What? This can't be. Grr, it's your fault. I won't forgive. There is no forgiving you. I mean, if I want to finish this game, I have to rematch Greevil and snag Rhydon and Zapdos. If I want the final Shadow Pokemon coming in, I need to snag all the other 82. Which, it's only 2 I missed, thankfully. Oh shoot, I missed that one. Grandmaster, we're done here. We should blow up Citadark Isle with the child still on it. But if I did that, our Shadow Pokemon data and our subordinates would be lost as well. Grandmaster, such things can be replaced. We must ensure our own survival. I'm ready to helicopter for our escape. We gotta leave now. You're right. Wait. Eldest having a change of heart? Please wait. You're willing to sacrifice everyone so you can escape? You should be ashamed. Ashamed? Clinging to foolish pride will guarantee Cipher's demise. Cipher must survive. That is our first duty. The Grandmaster feels the same way. Yes, for Cipher's sake. Sacrifices must be endured. What are you saying? The Shadow Pokemon Factory's been destroyed, XD001 was defeated, nothing remains of Cipher. Silence, Cipher will live forever. If only this child hadn't... Grandmaster, please give the order to blow up Citadark Isle. Yes, it can't be helped. Don't begrudge us, child. Stop! Let's put a stop to this. Father, wait, Father? Don't call him Father, call him the Grandmaster. Father, you've lost sight of what is important. You got carried away by this whole Grandmaster nonsense. It isn't possible to take over the world by producing powerful Pokemon. Just think of this child. This child's pure heart won out over XD001. We were in the wrong. Silence, silence, silence! Why aren't you showing some spine? We've come so far! Cipher is finished. Father, you yourself should know that more than anyone. Oh. And Aros is like, I'm out of here. Now, please stand up. This is how it should be. The laws of the land will render judgment on what we have done. Oh, everything I did? All of it was a mistake? Thanks to your courage, we were finally able to wake from our nightmare. Thank you. You have nothing to fear from us ever. You should return home to your family. Let us meet again, too. The next time we battle, it won't be as mortal enemies. I will look forward to it. I've never gotten to a rematch with Eldest because it is brutal. He's the final round of he is the final battle to the final gauntlet of the post-game Coliseum. I've never ever got that far. It's ridiculously tough. But it'd definitely be a worthwhile post-game finale if I were to ever get there, which not gonna happen. I'll be lucky if I even get past the first set. But hey, that's the game. Citadark was really not that far off of Gatlian Port. I thought it'd be a little more out at sea instead of just off by like a couple thousand meters or something ridiculous. At least short. There have been very few times I've been able to snag all 6 of Greevil's Shadow Pokemon in one attempt. It is hard, but I've done it before. Game, set, then done. The victory is now complete. Oh. Wanted to take a snapshot with everyone, but nope, get a black screen. I cannot believe I took a picture of just a black screen. That is so silly of me. The explosion of the isle would have done effects on the harbor. Yup. Actually, I better save my progress. Overwrite previously. Might as well. I amazingly made it through that entire team with no Shadow Pokemon, so I call that an achievement on myself. That's a very hard fight with no Shadow Pokemon of your own. So to say I made it through that whole thing, I call without even one on my team, I call impressive. Greevil can be a very difficult challenge and a very fitting final boss. And with that, we roll the credits. Man, this was a fun journey to relive through, even if I started a little later than normal. Because I didn't want to get hit with that glitch where I lost all my save data with how close to the end I would be getting when that happened. But in the end, our team pushed through and made it to the end. Speed the Jolteon and Cinder the Houndoom survived that final fight with Master Greevil. Especially when considering that all Shadow moves are super effective on non-Shadows. I was at a disadvantage, constantly getting hit with super effective hits the whole fight. It is hard. Woo! How long have I been going for? Honestly, not that bad. If I really want to, I could rematch Greevil to try again with the Rhydon and the, Zapdos. I was trying to remember the other one I accidentally knocked out. I could have gotten Zapdos if not for the stinking crit. Oh! one difference. That is one difference from the North American version to the European version. The Pokemon that show up in the credits are different because a Farfetch'd would have shown up at that point that Houndour did. I never knew that was another difference. So that's another difference. That's one difference from the two regional variants, the Pokemon that show up in the credits. Because I'm so used to a Farfetch'd showing up at that point that Houndour did. And I know Meowth would show up by this point in the credits, at least in the North America version. Otherwise, everything else has been more or less the same. So it's always nice to notice these tiny little differences between the two regional versions. With this adventure now come and gone, it's safe to say Pokemon XD is now safe to put in the books. Well, for now at least. There is a bit more of a time. I was surprised to see me do the European version. I wanted to try the European version and do things a little differently. I was curious to see what would be different from the European version to the American version, and I noticed some dialogue differences, but never really pointed them out. And some of the text boxes looked a little different to the American version. And I'd be like, I have no other way of playing the European version of the game. So I figured, why not? Try the European version of this game. I had a blast reliving this game. And I hope you guys enjoyed me going through the adventure of Ore once again. It was definitely a lot of fun and challenging trying to catch 80 of the 83 Shadow Pokemon. I'm only missing 3. Rhydon, Zapdos, and there's still a Shadow Dragonite out there somewhere. The reason we knew that the Shadow Dragonite exists is because one of the NPCs at the Shadow Pokemon Factory said a Shadow Dragonite was stolen, the last one to be made before the factory got shut down. So we know there's a Dragonite out there somewhere. Dear Michael, I've heard that you returned from Citadark Isle. I sent this message as an invitation to the Ore Coliseum. I'll be arriving shortly to ask you to The emote got cut off again. Oops, wrong thing. I mean, I know the first of the post-game fights, and I kind of want to get this one out of the way so I could do whatever level of grinding I need to do before I decide to resume this game for post-game stuff, because Egan right here is here to talk to me in person about the Ore Coliseum stuff, which is a very brutal, very tedious post-game event. And now I can take a look at the Pokemon I snagged from Greevil, including Lugia? Sorry, I just have this neat way of organizing what Pokemon I caught when. So we're just missing Rhydon and a Zapdos. The Purified Chamber is full for the other stuff, and wow, some of these guys are close. Mr. Mime, pretty much everyone aside from what I caught from the eldest fight is close to being purified. So not too much longer for those guys. And then I can have Greevil's Pokemon kind of take over those spots when it gets to that opportunity. Michael, it's me, Egan. Surely you haven't forgotten who I am. I sent you an email earlier. Have you read it? I did, but it got kind of cut off. How do email messages get cut off? I have no idea. Maybe it was a thing for 20 years ago. I panicked and sent the email before Oh, that would explain it. But I'm glad to hear that you received it. I was inspired by your battle exploits, you see. Made me want to have a battle with you. You want to rematch me again? That said, there are countless trainers that would be honored to battle with Cipher's nemesis. I therefore decided to take charge and organize a Coliseum event. Impressed? But before we talk, we must battle, you and I. And guard! I don't think Egan is that difficult. In the first fight with him, he just had one mere Pikachu. Right now he has 2 Pichus and other stuff in the backup. But I'm going to make this fun and exciting. Speed, protect. This is what's going to be Snorlax's strategy. Oh, and thank you for setting up the rain for me, although I don't think it's really going to be needed. Earthquake! Speed protects himself, and everything else gets destroyed. I'm going to love using Earthquake on my Snorlax. Especially with having a levitating Boo and a Butterfly also being immune to the Earthquake. That's part of why I taught Speed Protect. So he can dodge the Earthquake. Otherwise, he would just, like, get one shot by the Earthquakes. Next up, he has Pikachu. And another Pikachu. Two Pichus, two Pikachus. I wouldn't be surprised if his last two Pokemon were two Raichus. But they seem to go up in level 50 Pikachus. Fun. Actually, hold up. Let me try, since it's raining, let me try Thunder. And Curse. That Pikachu actually did not survive one Thunder. That's hilarious. Oh, this thing knows Volt Tackle? That did not do as much damage as I thought it would. I'm gonna have Speed Protect, and then I'm gonna do Earthquake again. Brick Break. Thank you for going after Speed and not, Why are you being such an idiot attacking Speed with both of your Pokemon? I swear! And you know not Pikachu, Jolteon's ability is Multi-Absorb. It would take all of the electricity and heal from it instead. I don't understand the AI sometimes. Anyway, his last Pokemon's a Raichu. Two Pichus, two Pikachus, two Raichus. Kinda simple and self-explanatory for what this guy would be using. And speed, to no surprise, outspeeds everything. Wow, that Raichu is able to resist that Thunder. And get paralyzed from it. And like that, Egon's already down. I would otherwise be stuck running around this HQ with no battles at all. That's part of why I wanted to get rid of Egon so quickly. Oh, I knew it. But bravo, I repeat, bravo. It's no wonder that Cipher has her eyes on you. I must say, I enjoy myself tremendously. I'm sure that the trainers who have gathered at the Ori Coliseum will be delighted to face you. Please, we very much like you to come. This is the Ori Coliseum. That right there is our post-game Coliseum right there, and it is really tough. The toughest trainers in the land have gathered with you as the goal. I'll be waiting for you at the Ori Coliseum. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing the Ori Coliseum stuff just yet. It is too brutal. My team is nowhere near ready for that stuff. But we're gonna at least take a look and see what it is. And it's a remix of Coliseum's world map theme, which I really do like that nice touch to it. Hello, Michael. Very good of you to come. If you plan to take on the Ori Coliseum challenge, go to the reception area over there, which is just this lady over here. I'm sorry, but please do not. Why? Oh, I have to talk to her instead of just running in. At the Ori Coliseum, we use different rules for Pirate and Realgam. If you wish, I can explain the rules. Yes, please explain them. At the Ori Coliseum, double battles are conducted. You are permitted to battle with 4 Pokemon and only 4. Be aware that certain kinds of Pokemon are not permitted. Similarly, Pokemon will be prohibited from holding certain kinds of items. The battles are held in knockout style. You must defeat 4 trainers in a row to win. If you win a challenge, you may advance to the next group of opponents. If you lose, you will face the same group of opponents in your next challenge. If you manage to win a round, you'll be rewarded with Poke Coupons. That's all I can say. I'll be happy to give you this information whenever you like. Feel free to approach me with information. Yeah, this stuff in there is... No, thank you. It is brutal. A coliseum in a desert that is only known among the elite. It's also kind of fitting that it looks like those stone pillars coming out of it kind of look like a giant hand. It's like a giant hand's holding that arena up, and I guess very fitting for a final type of arena. At least in my opinion. How am I on my Ultra Balls and Timer Balls? I should be okay if I want to. I should be okay for rematching Greevil. But since I know speed, not speed, since I know Rhydon and something else are going to be in the front. I'm actually going to have Goliath and Mothra on the front. Goliath because, well, I wanted to do the damage, and Mothra so I could put Rhydon to sleep. And this could, in a way, also give me the chance to showcase the item that is left behind in the area we fought Eldis. Being one of the things. I mean, I'll show you guys when we get there. It's always nice to relive the classics and the stuff I grew up with, and getting to showcase my experiences with you all. And from Egan, I better wind up healing. Right there's an item where Greevil was, and it's Battle CD 46. That is a fun battle CD, but I won't be doing that. And the TV changes to just Greevil sitting in his chair where we fought him in that arena. I'm gonna fight him again. It'll be a lot easier this time since there's only 2 Shadow Pokemon instead of 6. And hopefully this time we'll have a much better time at snagging them. If we get both of them, we'll definitely have the final thing triggered. Now let's complete the celebrate the success of my Shadow Pokemon in advance. I'll personally see to the destruction of your Pokemon. So slightly different dialogue from before. You know, now that I think about it, that giant window was open. Why in the battle arena is that? I didn't know we had a swell. Why is that giant arena? Why is the window closed within the battle arena with it wide open in the cutscene just before? I just realized that. Let's try Earthquake, and I'm gonna put Rhydon to sleep. Uh-oh. Swallow's fast. And wow, Mothra hangs on. At least she's gonna do her job and put Rhydon to sleep. Okay. That did not do as much damage as the Giga Drain from before did. To play it safe, I'm just going to do a Body Slam and not risk anything with the Shadow Ball. I had a feeling you were going to do Aerial Ace again, so that's why I swapped out to Apollo. So it can resist the move. Alright, let me try snagging the Rhydon now. And then we're just gonna do Rock Tomb on the Swellow. I don't remember who replaces what in his team. But I'll fight him again if I decide to do another post-game stream to show a special cutscene that happens once you wind up purifying all the Pokemon. And wow, we got Rhydon on the first try. Get in. Oh, and he jumps straight to his Zapdos. I mean, I'm not surprised. He just wants us to fight with the Shadow Pokemon. See, it's a lot easier dealing with like 1 or 2 Shadow Pokemon than like, oh gosh, than 6. It's a lot easier dealing with that few Shadow Pokemon compared to before. And Swallow is down. Oh, you have a Starmie of your own. I'm kind of surprised Apollo's still hanging on. Is Shadowbolt gonna get rid of Lunatone or go after Snorlax? Okay. If for some reason I cannot get it paralyzed with Body Slam, I can always summon Mothra Speed to dwindle the... Why? Forget this. Unlucky with the crit. I was unlucky with the crit. I admit I got unlucky with the crit. But at least I know what I'm mid for. Oops, wrong button. I did not want to fight Greevil a third time. I wanted to get both of his Pokemon in one go. I should have done a safe state before going into... You know, I'll do that when I get to Greevil again. We already know what to expect with this, so just kind of breeze through it. Okay, that's good news. From a message I just got on my phone. We'll just repeat what we did before. I see you're changing up your moves a little bit. Peach is still not going to do a lot of damage in the end. I kind of like how Snorlax just jumps and when it lands on the ground, it summons an Earthquake. I just like that animation in particular with Snorlax using Earthquake. It's a neat little touch, if I say so myself. And with it raining, I'm gonna do my Thunder thing again and a Curse. Oh, the Pikachu just barely lifted this. Joy! I can see what Egan's trying to do here with the, stuff I'm trying to do. Let me get rid of one of the Pikachu so I can make it a little easier to ensure I live an attack. Oh, and Goliath is down. Thunder and Waterfall. I think Poseidon's still going to be able to outspeed the... Whoa, critical hit. I think Poseidon's still going to be able to outspeed the Raichu, but we'll see. Yep, Poseidon's able to outspeed the Raichu. Do. Yeah, Egan's gonna be taking a little bit before going. Nice paralysis. And getting hit with the paralysis myself, not fun. The rain stopped. I don't know if this thing knows Rain Dance. If it does, I'll be spamming Thunder again. Nope, just Full Tackle. Actually, I better bring out Mothra so I get double the money. That Raichu is definitely going to be outspeeding Mothra. Why did you do that a turn ago? This guy could have done a Volt Tackle or something to get rid of Mothra, but no, he decides to summon the Rain instead. I don't understand the AI sometimes. Well, at least I get extra money now. Oh, I knew it, but bravo, I repeat, bravo. Alright, let's try Greevil again. This time I'm gonna do a save state before going in that elevator. And then I'll be able to effectively train up my team before I decide to do whatever post-game stuff I want to do. Which, I at the least want to do the Dragonite. I at least want to do the Shadow Dragonite. Aside from that, though... Shadow Dragonite? If I really feel like it, round 1 of the Ore Coliseum. And if I really feel up to it, I'll do the Mount Battle thing. With the full team this time. Which, if I made it to Battle 80 with just the mere Teddiursa, I definitely think I could do the Mount Battle Gauntlet with the full team. Since I know what I'm doing and what I'm going to be fighting for at least the first 80% of it. But I'll save that for later. I'm overthinking about the future. I don't need to be doing that now. Why fret over why fret over those little things? Randomly heal again. Save state. In case I do that stupid again. Or get another unlucky crit. Funny enough, both times that Zapdos fell down to an unlucky crit. The thing I do like about Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, their names, the ends of it are Spanish for 1, 2, and 3. Uno, dos, and tres. I guess with little puns or associations with their typing and one up being Articuno with Arctic and cold and chill, Zap for the electricity, and Molt for the fire. That's the way I look at it, at least. I almost misread their names for a second. Alright, let's put Rhydon to sleep, and then I'll do the Earthquake again. Yeah, this fight's a lot easier when I'm not dealing with as many Shadow Pokemon as I was before. Oh, the crit did not defeat it this time! The crit did not defeat it this time. I'm gonna play smart and switch to Apollo. When I saw that crit, I was ready to pull up my restart menu. I was ready for it. Okay, we got Rhydon. Summon up the Zapdos, and let's get going. And considering it's just a Zapdos by itself now, I'm not gonna waste the Master Ball on it. I got a better idea for I got a good idea for that Master Ball. I got a really good idea for that Master Ball. Which I'll save for when I do the post-game thing. I drop Swellow's speed. Here comes the Body Slam. No crit this time. And I paralyze Zapdos. Let's go. I'm gonna do a Shadow Ball in case I do get that crit again. I think I'm coming on the Shadow Bolt is dang crit. You know, I'm gonna revive Goliath just so he could get that level. And get that Starmie out. Zapdos is paralyzed, so it can't do anything. I'm gonna start chucking Ultra Balls at Zapdos. I'll get it eventually. If it takes a little longer than I'm anticipating, I'll start switching to the Timer Balls. First Ultra Ball with... yeah, not gonna work. Alright, let's get Goliath back out here. I'm good to heal. I'll wait and see what's after, I'll wait and see what's after Zapdos before trying the, Earthquake Protect strategy. So for now, Thunder Grumble with speed. One. I mean, you got this, buddy. Whoa, crit! Altaria? Yeah, good thing I'm not doing the Earthquake thing here. Because I would have been in big trouble with that. That is his last two Pokemon, so I can't do the Earthquake thing anyway. Speed should get the level once we get rid of the Altaria here. This thing knows Earthquake too? Okay, I was not expecting the Altaria to use Earthquake on me. And Speed, unfortunately, gets taken down by a crit. He'll get that level in another fight. Cinder. I was just thinking of who I would bring out. I know it's raining still, but I'll live. Let's try another Ultra Ball. And then I'll get rid of the Altaria with a Cinder here. And now at this point, I just gotta spam throwing Ultra Balls at Zapdos, and I'll get it eventually. It's just gonna take a little bit of time. I'm just scared of doing moves onto Zapdos and making things that much harder for... Shut up! I caught Zapdos! Okay. I was not expecting maybe three. I was not expecting 2 or 3 Ultra Balls on that Zapdos. That makes things a lot faster than I was anticipating. Do I dare do the Dragonite thing now that I have all the Shadow Pokemon, or hold that off? Where are we in? Concerning my team, we're a little under level for that. But I could give it a try. I'll give the Dragonite thing a try. I'm not expecting it to work out, but I'll give it a try. We've already seen this ending cutscene, so I could just kind of breeze through it. I'll give the Dragonite thing one try. I'll do that. I'll do the Dragonite fight one attempt. See how that goes for us. I know we're gonna be very under level for it. But it's worth a shot. Because I was expecting the Greevil stuff to be a lot longer than this for trying Zapdos and Rhydon. let's just skip through this again, and then we'll do the Dragonite stuff. If I get the Dragonite, yay. If not, oh well, I gave it one attempt. Because we got all 82 Shadow Pokemon now, well, aside from Dragonite. I did say I'll give it one attempt, and then that'll be it for me. I wish there was a way I could just skip through the credits. Actually, hold up. I'll save the game. Once we get to the would you like to save your progress, I'll do a reset thing when the credits start rolling, save us a couple minutes during the credits, and then just boot up the game again that way. So that'll save us like 2, maybe 3 minutes. Get us that much faster to Dragonite. I'm still pretty well equipped on Ultra and Timer Balls, so I'm gonna be okay for... Oh, wait a minute. I don't even need to worry about Ultra and Timer Balls anymore. I just remembered what I have on me. Alright, this time I'm making sure I get the snapshot. I made sure I got the snapshot this time. I wanted to make sure I got it this time. So I can actually just get rid of that clip once I'm done with the stream. Alright, last fight for real. Once I load up the game again. And then for this fight, we're going to start with Speed and Mothra. Oh, the mirror radar's gone off. Mirror B has our Shadow Dragonite, and he is Gation Port. Let me create a save point. Sorry, save state. I know where Mirror B is hiding, so we'll get that going. I'm gonna give this Mirror B thing one attempt, because I know this post-game fight is very tedious. I say tedious because I look at my team's levels. Thankfully, I don't really have to deal with that many Shadow Pokemon at one time. It's just only one Dragonite. And I know when I'm going to be fighting, it's going to be hard. Let's just skip the walk up the lighthouse and just take our trusty lift. Or as we in America call it, the elevator. There he is, atop the lighthouse. And 4 of his Ludicolo. 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 What does this last one here say? Okay, the same thing as the other one. What? You brat? Why'd you show up here? Why do you always have to mess up with our plans to get all the Pokemon in the world? No thanks to you, we lost more Pokemon than we've caught. What? You again? Our boss is busy dancing, can't you see that, can you? Can't you? Oh, boss, the way you gyrate is the greatest. Shake, 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 shake it. Oh my gosh, I'm thinking of this one song when I'm seeing the shake it thing. Lad, who are those people? They startled me so much I've become rooted to the spot. You mean this guy's kind of glued to where he is? Yeah, we're good with Speed and Mothra on the front. I want you. Huh, stop music! Let me wind down the music and take a look. Oh, you are that super annoying brat. It's all your fault that my Shadow Pokemon is the last of its kind. But you did worse. You messed up my dance for celebrating the future Team Mira. Today, of all days, you're not going to get away. No, you'll never get away. Let music play. Alright, the real final battle with Mirror B. We gotta get through him in a bunch of Ludicolo to get to Dragonite. These Ludicolo are pretty tough. Grass and water type. All of them have switch for its ability. Level 57. Yup, 57. We gotta fight we gotta fight 5 of these level 57 Ludicolo. These guys have a huge level gap on us. Not fun. And these guys are gonna be doing the switch swim strategy on us, so this is gonna be tough. I had a feeling Mothra's gonna get stunned. And as long as I can slow one of these guys down, things should be okay. Mothra flinched. Well, because of fake out. I'm gonna put the other Ludicolo that's in play to sleep, if I can help it. Oh dear, yeah, we're in for a long fight if we're doing this little... Well, that didn't last long! Now, if one of these Ludicolo can stay if this Ludicolo can stay asleep, I only have to worry about one target instead of two. Yikes, even with not very effective damage, Poseidon still took a giant beating. I'm gonna start going after the one that's been paralyzed. So, and hopefully the one that's sleeping stays asleep. Probably the one is I'll get to use Silver Wind. If I get my Omni Boost, even better. We're getting very unlucky with this fight here. I am very nervous about this fight. As long as that Ludicolo stays asleep, we'll be fine. I gotta set up these cosmic powers, like, now. If this guy took down, like, 3 or 4 of my Pokemon, and we've not taken down one of his... Yeah, we're in for a rough awakening. That one's still sleeping, good. Still paralyzed. I'm amazed that thing is still outspeeding Goliath even when paralyzed. 1 down, 4 more to go. Okay, the rain stopped. The rain dance is in play again. Ding. Alright, let's do this. With 3 cosmic powers, I should be okay. Keyword is should be. And with the Ludicolo paralyzed, that'll help me a little bit. Now I can start ganging up on these Ludicolo here. Oh no, it woke up! You were able to hold on with 3 of those cosmic play. I might have to start spamming revives. Ludicolo 2 defeated. I think that's either 2 or 3. No, that's 2 of them. Yeah, I'm gonna start playing the revive game at this point. Spend one of my turns reviving. Poseidon. Thunder Punch. Goliath is gonna take a bit before going down. Okay, both of them, well, at least the one is paralyzed. Okay, you are fast. If I'm gonna keep one of these guys paralyzed, I'm gonna keep the one that's paralyzed alive. Stupid, I know. But it's gonna buy me a little bit of time. And Speed's alive. How much is Hydro Pump gonna do on Snow? Oh, that did a lot. I'm gonna Thunder Wave this other Ludicolo. I need both of these. I need one or both of these guys to stay paralyzed. You and those crits. Whoops. We could do this! We could do this! We got this far already! Why stop? Whoops. Why stop now? Revive Speed. And then we'll get rid of this weaker Ludicolo with Psychic. That's 3 Ludicolo defeated. And Speed is level 49. Ludicolo number 5. And it stays paralyzed good. Thunder Punch. Thank you for healing Speed! gonna play the revive game again on yeah, it's looking like I'm gonna constantly revive Speed of Poseidon for this one. Thunder, please get rid of this Ludicolo. Or do a lot of damage to it. Very close! Okay, it's paralyzed. Uh-oh. Thank you for missing! I think we might be able to do this. I got an idea for this one. I got a really good idea for this. Assuming this Ludicolo isn't gonna be healing too much off of me. Ooh, nice crit! Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's safe to say we win. You wanna know why? He's summoning that Shadow Dragonite. Here we go. I'll talk about Dragonite after I snag it. The range stopped. That don't matter to me. Watch this, guys. Watch this. Just watch this. Mirror B, say hello to my Master Ball. Whoops. Say hello to my Master Ball. I don't care. Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness is now done. 100% catch rate. Master Ball on this Dragonite. It's mine. And Speed's gonna be the one to finish this game off with the final blow. Thunderbolt! And like that, we win! It had to be Speed to send out the final move. It had to be Speed to do the final move. Battle with you, I can't find the right groove at all! I did not want to waste time fighting that Dragonite after all those Ludicolo. Oh, how dare you! I say, how dare you! That Shadow Dragonite was Cipher's very last Shadow Pokemon. There's only one thing to do now. Let's go! Escape! He leaves his two friends and the Ludicolo behind? Huh? Boss! Wait for us! It's so funny just watching these guys run down the stairs and the way Ludicolo just run down like that. Huh? What is this? In my perfectly coiled Afro dude, I found this little device. Psst. Nothing appears on the mirror radar anymore. It appears to have been broken. Yeah, apparently we've been able to track Mirror B thanks to a little device hidden inside his hair. Not the best place I would have put it, but I guess that was the only way to keep it hidden from the man himself, as we still were able to track him. Thank you, Folly and Trudely, for putting it in there to help us get all those Shadow Pokemon. Alright, Dragonite as a Pokemon. As a flying Dragon type and the first Sulu legendary to ever exist, it is a beast. Unlike the Salamence we fought earlier, this thing does have some bulk, but is much slower to make up for it. This Dragonite would have Shadow Rush, Shadow Down, Shadow Shed, and Shadow Storm. While you Purify it, it would get Hyper Beam, Heal Belt, Dragon Dance, and Earthquake, which really good moves to have on a Dragonite. But if you do want to have some Dragon types on that, Dragon type moves on that Dragonite, be forewarned that Dragon is considered special in this generation, so your moves are going to be Dragon type moves are going to be considered as special attacks and not physical attacks. I mean, if you want to teach it, it's a Dragon Flying type, so Flying type moves are something you want to look into. Definitely go for it. There's stuff like Wing Attack and Aerial Lace and other Flying type moves that are really good to keep on that thing. Dragonite, if you want to have a defensive dragon that can also dish out a lot of damage, Dragonite is your guy. And with that, that is the last Shadow Pokemon in the game. But let me purify this Doug Trio that's ready to go. And you know, how I said that Lugia was Greevil claimed that Shadow Lugia was unable to be purified? Well, let's prove this man wrong, shall we? Once we get through the purification ceremony for Dark Trio here. And then I gotta reorganize all those moves, Pokemon from Greevil and the Dragonite we just caught. And then I can start putting some of these Pokemon inside the chamber as we slowly but surely purify them. Let's put these guys back where they belong. Lugia would go like here. Now it's nice to have all these boxes neat and organized. Like rightfully so. But you know, that Lugia, let me put this here in set 9. Something's different about the Lugia. Maybe. This Lugia, it cannot be purified, you say? Well, let's try to prove you wrong right here and now. We lose on the design for Shadow Lugia, but hey, we have a purified Lugia. And this is your one way of getting a pretty dang powerful Lugia in Generation 3. Without events. This Lugia does get Psycho Boost, Feather Dance, Earthquake, and Hydro Pump. A really nice diversity of moves, if I say so myself. And to commemorate this game, whoops, I'm gonna nickname this thing XD001. And with this, we have news from the professor, Lillian, and little Joby has to come back here. Hi, Michael. I've heard that you succeeded in purifying that Shadow Lugia. Those Cipher certain Cretans said that it couldn't be purified, but you proved them wrong. Michael, it's because you never shirked, and you gave it your all. Sincerely, thank you, dear. Oh, what does Jovi have to say since she didn't really say anything? Wow, big brother, the Shadow Lugia was really hard to purify, wasn't it? It really was not. It's huge that you managed to purify the Shadow Lugia, which Cipher claimed to be purification-proof. This will be a major blow to Cipher. Cipher's already defeated. Michael, that Lugia was purified because you gave it your all. Sincerely, thank you. And let's get Lugia back to where it belongs right here. It is the Lonely type. You know, out of curiosity, I don't need the Shadow Pokemon list anymore since, well, I already have all the Shadow Pokemon. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna check out this Lugia's IVs. Out of curiosity, I am going to check. It is Lonely. HP is 173, 118, 120, oops, not 128, 129, 107, 170, and 128. Alright, this Lugia, IVs, HP 14 to 15, physical attack 26 to 27, and its nature gives a boosted physical attack but a drop in physical defense. Physical defense 18 to 19, special attack 24 to 25, special defense 22 to 23, and speed 26 to 27. Not bad IVs, I say so myself, for this Lugia. Let me mark it up. It's got pretty good offensive and defensive capabilities and speed. I'll give it that. I like that about it. I got a pretty good Lugia at the end. Except for to put someone in the purification chamber. I know. I'll put Dragonite in here. We'll put Dragonite in here. I definitely consider those IVs for the Shadow Lugia, or I shouldn't call it a Shadow Lugia anymore. the Lugia to be impressive. Oh, I need to... I didn't even realize half my team was already fainted. Let me fix that real quick. Oops! I don't need to be doing any of this stuff again. I will save my third fight with Greevil for potential post-game stream. Maybe. I did the Dragonite somehow. But I definitely think more or less my time with this game is near complete. If I do decide to do this game again, I'll level up this team and maybe some others and try out my luck into Ore Coliseum. Or do a Mount Battle Gauntlet. One of the two. I don't know which of the ones I'll wind up doing. But I think I'll end off the series here in the Ore Coliseum. Save my progress. And then one last save state. I had a lot of fun. I had a really fun time going through this adventure again. It was an absolute pleasure reliving a classic through the NSO GameCube. But again, I had a lot of fun doing this game. Got to try out a lot of different Pokemon, got to try out some new strategies, and essentially capture everything. Contrary to the Teddiursa only run I did 8 years ago, whereas I just did a Teddiursa. Speed the Jolteon, Cinder the Houndoom, Apollo the Lunatone, Mothra the Butterfree, Poseidon the Starmie, and Goliath the Snorlax helped carry this team to victory, even if Poseidon and Goliath only came at the end of our adventure. Everyone played a pretty big role from the beginning to the end. And also you guys for sticking around and supporting me throughout the last 8 sessions of this game. I had a blast reliving through one of my favorite games on the GameCube. I'm excited to see what beholds us next. I think, I'm gonna take next week off of streaming. Because I just finished this game, I want to take a little bit of time to sit down and process everything I went through. And not to mention, I want to support Speed and the start of the World Cup next week. However, I can do it. So I'll be taking next week off of streams. I'll be back the weekend of 19, 20, 21st. For that weekend, I think I'll be doing the Pac-Man World 2 Repack Sonic DLC. I saw it's on the short side, so I might be able to finish that in one stream upon how things go. So I'll probably do that in 2 weeks. That is also the weekend of the next big run. Nintendo did confirm through a Japanese Twitter post that June 20th and 21st will be the next big run, and it's going to be the last one before Splatoon Raiders comes out. So I will be doing Splatoon 3 in a couple weeks for the big run. I think it's going to be the one with all of the stages, but Nintendo's not said which map it'll be just yet. But if it's going to be like the last several event, that's the next one in rotation. So that'll be in 2 weeks with the Sonic DLC to Pac-Man World 2 Repack. Andrew, welcome. You came at the very end of the stream, sadly. We were just wrapping up. As for my next playthrough, probably not till like late July, early August. I wanted to give myself a little bit of a breather after finishing Pokemon XD. I'll probably do some shorter stuff in between the time. Besides, I got some games in my backlog. Besides, I should be taking care of some stuff in my backlog. I plan on starting Pragmata tomorrow on my own time, and I heard really good things about it. So that'll be on my own time type of thing. Also, Adventures of Elliot, which I'll also do in my own time. I already know what I'm going to be doing for my next playthrough. I'll probably announce that in my July monthly update thing. I'll let you guys know what I decide to do. If I do decide to do this game again, I'll have my team well prepared for the Mount Battle and Ore Coliseum stuff. I wanted to end the series on a victory and the Shadow Lugia purification. So I don't want to do the Ore Coliseum stuff. Because 1, I don't want to rage. And 2, it is brutal. I'll show you guys the brutality maybe someday, but not today. I hope you guys had fun. The last 8 sessions I had of Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. And then when I come back in 2 weeks, I'll be doing Pac-Man World 2 and the big run. After that, I'll figure out what I'm going to do at that point. I don't think we're going to be getting any festivals of Sonic Crossworlds this month. We know Ninja Turtles is July, so we'll worry about that then. And not much else left for me to say other than thanks for all the fun memories from when we got our Eevee to when we snagged the Dragonite and purified Lugia. I had a really fun time reliving this adventure. You know, I think I'll probably end this stream, end this series, being kind of zoomed in on this Jolteon right here. This Jolteon was with me since minute 1 of this playthrough, and he's still sticking around with me at the very end. I'm gonna miss this series, but all good things come to an end eventually, as sad as it is. The next time, I'll see you guys in a couple weeks. See you around when I see you around. Thanks for everything for this series, and I look forward to doing whatever's next with you lot. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your day, night, time zone, whatever it is. Take care, and thank you for Pokemon XD memories once again. We'll relive moments of this game when we get to the best of 2026 in January. Take care, everyone.